wait in the defense to finish asking the question before you answer. Please only provide them a direct response. Long narrative responses are typically improper and may be objected to. If a simple yes or no answer is all that is required, that's all you need to provide them. Please don't give us nonverbal responses. We do it all the time. Mm-hms and ahs, we all nod our head and shrug our shoulders, but we need to be precise. So if you give a nonverbal response, I or one of the attorneys may simply ask you if that's a yes or no, just to make sure we understand your response. Also, please don't speculate. We attorneys sometimes think we have brilliant questions, but sometimes they're confusing. If you don't understand the question, just tell them you don't understand it. I'll rephrase it for you. Fair enough?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith. Oh, make sure you speak into the mic. It goes up and down. The officers there can move it towards you if needed.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Sully, would you please state your full name?
Catherine Restelli,
And could you please spell that last name?
Restelli.
Okay, thank you. I want to put up, just for some background information, could we show her State's Exhibit 1? Do you recognize the parties on that chart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. There are a couple misspellings, but yes.
Okay, we can work through those. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 1, a demonstrative that's already been used in opening.
Any objection?
No objection. For the record, it's already been published.
No. Okay.
So ordered.
Thank you. Let's go through these individuals. Let's start with Tracy Grist. Who is Tracy Grist?
My mother,
And Terilyn Fisher,
my older sister,
Kevin Ellis.
my younger brother.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
No, I don't. Where? Oh,
Behind me.
I do. Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a black jacket.
Okay. Could you maybe do the tie as well? Because
No objection. We'll stipulate that.
All right, thank you.
Kevin is in the courtroom.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams.
okay, next to Kevin. Sorry, on the chart.
Next to Kevin is Tim, my other younger brother.
And where does Tim live? Approximately.
I believe he lives in Pleasant Grove.
Okay. And where did I didn't ask you this? Where does Tracy Grist live?
She lived in American Fork.
Okay. And how far away was Tim from Tracy Grist?
About 3 minutes.
Okay. Where did Terilyn live back in 2024?
Terilyn lives in Carlsbad, California,
And Kevin Ellis, where did he live in 2024?
with my mother in American Fork.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now Rachel Jorgensen. Who's Rachel Jorgensen?
Rachel Jorgensen is my younger sister.
Okay. And where did she live in 2024?
He lives in, I always forget the difference between them. Ogden,
Okay.
the more north state, or the more north city, excuse me.
And what do you confuse it with?
Orem.
Okay. And so is it
It's the more north one.
okay.
It's the
Thank you.
5-letter one.
About how far away is that from your mom's place?
I believe it's an hour.
Okay. And Jacob Trujillo,
Jacob lived with my mother in American Fork.
a younger brother.
Yes, my younger brother.
Okay. And what about Aurora Franz?
Aurora is my younger sister, and she also lived with my mother.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to the yellow, who is Diane Restelli?
She is my mother-in-law.
And then who is Matthew Restelli?
He was my husband.
And then Cheyenne and Steele
Our children together
with Matthew.
with Matthew.
Did Matthew have any other children?
Yes, he did. He has Lucas Robinson.
Thank you. Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Matt. When did you guys meet?
We met in November 2008.
And how long did you date?
We dated off and on for about 8 years.
And ultimately, when did you get married?
We got married November 20th, 2016.
Where were you living when you were dating?
Temecula, California.
Is that where you lived when you were married as well?
Yes. More Awanga, but yes, Temecula.
Okay. Are they neighboring cities?
Yes.
And which one was during the dating?
I lived in Temecula and he lived in Awanga.
Okay. And then when you were married, where did you live?
We lived in Awanga.
Okay. How old are Cheyenne and Steele?
Diane is 8 and Steele is 5.
How quickly, well, okay. Can you describe, you said you lived in Owanga,
Yes,
is that right?
yes.
Okay. Can you describe the property where you lived?
It was 7 acres, very open, rural, but beautiful.
Okay. How long did you live on that property?
Matt owned that property from before I started dating him. We lived on that property for about 9 years.
Okay, thank you. You said it was rural.
Hmm.
Can you describe that a little further?
The nearest neighbor was about a mile away.
And it was on 7 acres.
Yes, sir. And it's off of a 1-lane highway.
What does that mean?
It's off of a 1-lane highway. There's just a single road and it's directly off the highway.
Oh, so describing how rural it was a 1-lane road to get there.
Yes.
Got it. Did you back up to public land, neighbors?
There's Cleveland National Forest.
Okay. What did you guys like to do on the property?
I'm sorry.
What did you guys do on the property?
Matt did dirt work. We grew marijuana at one point. He used it for brokering hay feed for, he originally wanted to make it into a feed store.
Okay. Would Matt, did you have wildlife on the property?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kinds?
Bobcats, cougars, wild turkeys.
Did you have run-ins with those frequently?
Not as frequently as you'd think, but in the back in Cleveland National Forest, there was a couple incidences. Matt would say that he would hear the mountain lion. I don't think he actually ever saw the mountain lion. He also claimed to see the cat scat from the mountain lion.
Okay. And then on the property, you said bobcats and turkeys and okay.
Yeah.
You said you got married in 2016, correct?
Yes.
How would you characterize the first few years of your marriage?
They were good.
So how so?
They weren't terrible. They were okay.
Did the relationship begin to deteriorate?
We always had our disagreements. It was always turbulent, especially when it came to his son. We didn't agree always on everything.
And is that Lucas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't agree on how to parent Lucas? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Ultimately, though, did the relationship deteriorate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. When would you say that was? When did things become, well, by deteriorate, I mean, became unbearable? Did it reach that point?
Where I had to leave, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
When-
it did reach that point.
Okay. And when did things really start to go downhill?
Probably about April or May of 2024.
Okay. Prior to April or May of 2024, did you step out on the marriage?
Define step out.
Have an affair?
I don't remember when I stepped out on him.
But you did.
I did.
Okay. And how long before you said things became unbearable in April and May? How long before that had you had an affair on Matt?
About a year.
Okay. So can we put that then at mid 2023?
Yes.
And take a second to, you're testifying in handcuffs, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I am in prison.
And why are you in prison?
I am in prison because I pled guilty to second-degree murder, second-degree conspiracy, and first-degree discharge of a firearm with criminal intent.
Okay. And who did you plead guilty to murdering?
Matthew,
And who did you conspire with to make that happen?
my mother, and Kevin.
Now, I suspect you'll get plenty of questions about this, but you reached a plea agreement with the state, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And is it fair to say that as a result of that, your potential for release is sooner than it otherwise would have been?
I believe it is. I don't know when I will be released. I have a sentencing guideline, but the board has a lot to say.
Right.
And parole hearings affect a lot.
And what is your, well, I'll back up. Was the benefit of that deal the only reason you pled guilty?
No,
Why did you ultimately plead guilty?
I pled guilty for my children, to give them justice, and also to give Matthew the justice he deserves.
Okay, when you say to give him the justice he deserves, what do you mean by that?
Because we weren't being honest when we originally got arrested,
And by we, who do you mean?
me and my mother.
What's your goal here today by testifying? Let me back up. Was any part of your deal contingent on you testifying today?
I believe it was that I have to agree to testify. I am not here to tell lies. I am here to tell the truth,
And why is that important to you?
because the truth needs to come out.
I want to go back for a second. Could we please republish States 1? I'm going to go through these individuals and talk a little bit more in depth about your relationship with them. Let's start with Tracy. Well, let me back up because I want to break this down into sections. When did you come to Utah?
I drove out to Utah June 19th. No, excuse me, June 20th,
Okay,
2024.
2024. Thank you. So the questions I'm going to ask you right now pertain to prior to June of 2024.
Okay.
Okay. How frequently would you communicate with Tracy?
It got more frequent as June 20th approached, probably about every week or so.
And in fact, let's put a top end on it too. Let's say the year 2024. So January to June 20th of 2024. How often would you say you communicated with your mom?
Weekly.
Would you, in that period of time, did you visit Utah at all?
Between January 24? No.
Yeah. Okay. Did she come to California?
Yes, she did.
How many times?
We did one trip to Disneyland in February.
Any other times that she came to
Oh,
California?
yes. She came, I believe it was the weekend of her birthday, because her friend was sick and dying.
And which was her birthday?
My mother's birthday is May 28th.
Okay. And which friend are you referring to?
Amy Johnson.
When she was there visiting her friend, did you visit her at all?
Yes, I
She-
did.
Okay, sorry, and I cut you off. I apologize. Did she come visit you or did you go visit her?
Both.
Where was the friend Amy Johnson living?
Ramona, California.
And I apologize. Where is that in relation to Temecula? And
It's about 45 minutes away, I believe, give or take.
so you're saying you went to visit her there in Ramona?
My mother came to my house and we drove out to Amy's house together. And I helped my mother clean out her extra fridge, Amy's extra fridge and Amy's extra freezer, because Amy was not feeling well and she had just recently lost her husband.
Okay, thank you. When your mother would visit California, would she interact with Matt during that time?
Minimally.
is it fair to say that the relationship was strained?
Yes.
In your you said you had weekly communications with your mom up till June 20th. Would you confide in her the problems that you were having with Matt?
Not all of them, but most of them.
Okay. What would you confide in her?
About our arguments, I wouldn't go into our sexual relationship. That I would talk with my sister about more.
Okay, and we'll get to the sisters here in just a second. But you talk about your arguments with your mom,
Yes.
right? Okay. If we could take the screen down, please. I want to show just well, may I approach the witness with an exhibit?
Yes, thank you.
Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 31. Would you please look over that, and then I'll have a question for you in a minute. Look up when you have an idea of what that is.
Okay.
Did you have a conversation with your mother in January of 2024 via text message?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a copy of that text communication with your mother?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit number 31.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, so admitted.
Permission to publish?
No objection.
Thank you, so ordered.
Mr. Sully, what I'm going to ask you to do is take a look at what's down at the bottom, noted as page 6. It's on the screen right here. So I don't know if it's easier for you to look at the screen. Would it be easier for the screen?
Both are fine.
Okay. Could you please describe the content of what was going on with you and Matt at this time?
We were having money problems and we weren't able to pay our phone bill.
And what's the date on this communication?
January 9th, 2024.
And when it says in that green box to and then a phone number, and who is Mama?
My mother, Tracy Grist.
Thank you. I'm going to direct you to 2 pages over to a text message on January 13th. If we could please. Go one more that way. There you go. Okay. Top right of the screen. What is it that you write to your mother? If you go and read that, please.
At this point, I don't know if Matt will be going to Disney. We've been fighting so much. I want out.
What was you testified earlier that in February you saw your mother at Disney in California, correct?
Yes.
Is this in reference to that trip?
Yes.
Who all attended that trip to Disney?
Would you like all the names?
Please. And you actually can go with, how about we do it this way? The family chart, and then you can say, and their family. That sound?
So everyone on that family chart went. Tara Lynn, her husband and her 2 children. Tim and his girlfriend. Rory brought along a friend. I believe that's all who attended.
So all of the adult siblings went, is that correct?
Yes.
With their families?
Yes.
And at this time, you're having issues with Matt, correct?
Yes. I forgot to say that Rachel and her husband and her 2 children went as well.
Thank you. If I could direct you, if we could go one page, progress one page, please. All right, starting there on the green up at the top. What do you say to your mom?
I can't recover it.
And what are you referring to?
An argument I was having with Matt. He was upset with me, upset with my mother, calling her a liar, and I was calling him out on it, and he was very angry.
What was her response to you?
You can just say what you need to.
And what did you say?
No, Mom, it's bad.
Okay, and what was her, if you read those next 4 responses?
Tell me what I can do to help if I can. Just come here for a break then with the kiddos and have a break.
Next page, please.
I just told your husband, don't mess with my child. I want you to know I mean that. Continue to read.
Continue, please, next 3.
He should not mess with you. He asked if it was a threat. I said, I just wanted him to not react. But that's only because I was watering down my words.
Go ahead and then what was your, so at this point, what do you understand had happened?
That my mother had called Matt.
Did you observe that call?
No, I did not.
And then what's your response to her if you read those next 5, please?
I know. I'm not sure what the phone call did. I fucked up. He is so mad.
And then the next 2, please, if we can go forward a page. Go ahead and read those 2.
Please don't call him. I'm sick to my stomach.
And what your mom's response to that?
Just try to sleep. I won't call him. I'll just drive 9 hours and strangle him. I know. Rest.
Let's go ahead and pause. I'm going to pause you
Okay.
there for a second. Let's jump ahead to the next page. So the next day, 114. It's going to be in the top left of your screen. If you want to read there, please.
Matt's really upset that you quote threatened him. He wants to call you and make sure that you back battle the shit out of threatening him. And I believe I meant back pedal.
Okay. And what day did you send that message to your mom?
January 14th,
So the day after
2024.
Is that the day after the argument that we just read?
I believe so.
What was her response to you? If you could read those next 3, please.
Okay. Fuck him. He can call. I will act innocent enough, but he doesn't have the balls to call me. And she said, bet.
Thank you. What was your impression of your mom's use of the word strangle him? What'd
Just
you take from-
using it not as a threatening way, but just as a figure of speech.
Okay. Was that uncommon? An uncommon figure of speech for her in regards to Matthew?
No, it was not an uncommon figure of speech.
Was that a uncommon figure of speech amongst all of the members of your family regarding Matthew?
No, it was not uncommon.
So after January, you said you went to Disney in February.
Yes,
And how was that trip?
it was good. It was good. There were issues with Matthew on the trip. I love Disney. I enjoy Disney. I told him before we left that I had full intentions of settling him and the kids down in the room about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, and then I'll go back to the park by myself or meeting up with other family members.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. All right, I'll give you a chance to tell us more about that, but I want to fast forward. So February Disney trip, it was good, although there were some problems with Matt, which we're going to explore later. Okay. After coming home from Disney, did your relationship with Matt continue to deteriorate?
Yes.
And did you continue to confide in that deterioration with your mother?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach witness with an exhibit? I'm showing you some previously marked as State's Exhibit 32. Could you please take a look at that? And like last time, look up when you have a understanding of what it is you're looking at.
I don't know what the text message is. I don't remember.
Go ahead and keep reading.
Okay.
You remember what that is now? Did you have a conversation with your mother on May 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And was that via text message?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate representation of that communication with your mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 32.
Can you objection, Mr. Wentz? Sorry, Your Honor, no. Right, admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Any objection? No. So published.
We're going to go to page 2, Amy. So on the top right. What's the date on this communication?
May 22nd, 2024.
Okay, and what do you say to your mom?
I hate my life, Mom.
Read the next one too, please.
I hate that I have kids with Matt.
Okay, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, have you looked at the rest of those text messages? I don't want to read all through them, but
I have skimmed through.
your mom doesn't threaten him in that text exchange, correct?
No.
This is more representative of how you were feeling in May of 2024. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to, and just to summarize, you would confide in your mother the fights that you were having with Matt, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's move to Tara Lynn. She's the oldest sibling of yours, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you told us earlier, Tara Lynn lives in,
Carlsbad, California.
about how far away was that from Temecula where you lived?
A little less than an hour.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I keep saying Temecula. What was it called?
Awanga.
Awanga, thank you. So it's about an hour from Awanga.
Yes.
And how often would you communicate with Tara Lynn?
Daily, if not every other day.
And we're going to use that same time frame here, the January to leaving in June of 2024. Okay,
Yes.
so daily, if not every other day.
Yes.
And would you guys visit each other frequently?
No.
Would you go to? Was that in either direction? Like you wouldn't go to her house and she wouldn't come to yours?
Correct.
And why was that?
Because of Matt.
What do you mean because of Matt?
Tara Lynn's husband feared what Matt would do to Tara Lynn and how he would react to her being there. He would not allow me to drive down there.
Okay. So David wouldn't allow you to, or sorry, Tara Lynn's husband wouldn't allow you to drive down there. Okay.
No.
So you said-
Tara Lynn's husband would not allow Tara Lynn to
Come
come
to
to my house.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
I was welcome at Tara Lynn and David's house. It was Matthew who stopped me from being able to go down there.
Got it. Okay. And we'll explore that more here in a moment.
Okay.
Would you confide in her your problems with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Rachel. Where does Rachel fall in the family tree?
Rachel is one of my younger sisters.
And you said she lived in Ogden.
Yes,
How often would you communicate with Rachel?
every couple of months.
So sporadically.
Yes,
And how would you communicate with her?
text message.
Any other form of communication?
I don't think I called her very often. Our relationship didn't blossom until I was incarcerated.
Okay. And I should have asked this with Tracy. What were your forms of communication with her?
Text messages and phone calls.
And what about with Terralyn?
Text messages and phone calls.
Would you communicate with people via Snapchat or Instagram? People in your family?
Yes,
Okay, what about Facebook?
yes.
And is that true for Tracy?
I don't know how she communicated with everybody.
Sorry, you with her
Yes,
and Terralyn.
yes,
And then Rachel, you said was just text message.
yes.
Would you confide in Rachel the problems you were having with Matt?
No,
Let's go to Kevin. How would you communicate with Kevin?
I never communicated with Kevin.
What do you mean?
I sent him a text message on his birthday, November 2023, and I got no response back.
So between that time frame I gave you of
Right?
January until you left in June, no communication with Kevin.
He sent me the gate code when I got to my mother's house. Other than that, there's no communication between Kevin and I.
Okay. And would you confide in, this is a stupid question given your answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Would you confide in Kevin your problems with Matt?
No,
Okay, what about Tim?
no,
Did you communicate with him in that time frame?
nope, no, I did not.
And so again, stupid question, but would you confide in him the problems you were having with Matt?
No.
For the most part, well, let me just ask this one line. About Rory or Aurora, would you communicate with her, or how would you communicate with her?
I would not communicate with her.
And so again, did you communicate with her any problems that you were having with Matt?
No.
Who is, not on the family chart, but who is Stephanie Slocum?
Stephanie Slocum is an Instagram friend.
Okay. And how long have you been friends with Stephanie?
I've known Stephanie for 2 years, maybe, if that. I don't remember exactly when we started talking.
How would you communicate with Stephanie?
On Instagram, or mostly Instagram, on a video chat or Instagram messaging.
Would you text message her?
Yes,
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
Showing you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Would you take a look at that? And when you recognize what it is, please look up. Okay. You recognize that communication?
I do.
Did you have a text communication with Stephanie Slocum on May 13th of 2024?
Yes,
And does this appear to accurately reflect that conversation?
yes,
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. So admitted.
Permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
So ordered. Thank you.
Could you please read those first Well, again, sorry, what's the date on these?
May 13th, 2024.
So in relation to the prior exhibit with your mother, just a few days before, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, would you please read those first 4 boxes?
Matt wanted to be yesterday. He made my day awful, snapping at me over nothing, acting like I caused the problem. I'm trying to wait. I just might murder Matt today, though. And then that's a little song. I am slowly 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 switch. Crazy
That's a song
going.
you said.
Yep.
Okay. Is this, well, let me ask you, was this a serious threat?
No.
Was this more of the kind of colloquialism you were talking about earlier with your mom saying strangling Matt?
Yes, it was more of a figure of speech.
Okay. Would you confide in Stephanie the problems you were having with Matt?
Yes.
Okay, let's move towards to the June 2024 timeframe. You had testified that your communications escalated with your family around that time. Is that a fair statement of what you said?
Yes.
And why did they escalate around that time?
They escalated between my mom and my sister and myself, Tara Lynn being my sister, that we were making plans to get me out to Utah.
And when did those plans begin to formulate?
2 weeks before I left.
Okay, so if you left on the 20th, roughly the 6th.
Yes.
Okay. What, who all was involved in that, in creating that plan?
My mom, Tara Lynn, and myself.
And what did that plan entail?
We got a storage unit. Tara Lynn rented a storage unit for me. I removed things out of the house that were near and dear to my heart. And that way, when he found out that I was leaving and not coming back, that if he destroyed the house, that it wouldn't destroy everything.
Okay, so you said leaving and not coming. What were the intentions of this leaving?
I wanted a divorce.
Okay. Were you ever going back to California?
I had no plans on them. I'm going back to California. I was trying to navigate the legal system.
And that's why you got the storage unit, correct?
Yes.
And why you put the things that you said were near and dear to you in the storage unit
Yes.
because you weren't coming back.
Yes.
How did you, so you said Tara Lynn rented the, rented the storage unit, is that correct?
Yes.
How did you physically get from California to Utah?
I rented a vehicle.
And how'd you do that?
My mother put me on one of her credit cards. That was part of the planning of the 2 weeks. She added me to one of her credit cards and sent me out the credit card after she received it in the mail. And I was able to rent the vehicle with that credit card and my driver's.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 29, and when you have an idea of what that is, if you could look up. Your Honor, sorry, did you have communications with Tara Lynn leading up to the time that you were leaving California?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of those communications with her?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 29.
Any objection?
No objection. So
Motion to publish, please.
Any objection to publishing? Ordered.
And we're not going to go through all of these, but if I could direct you to what's on the screen. Actually, let's take that down for just a second. We'll come back to that. Did you have similar conversations with Tracy preparing your time for leaving California?
Not as extensively that I had with Tara Lynn, but yes.
So anyways, been previously marked as State's Exhibit 33. Same concept. When you have an idea what it is, please look up and let me know. Okay. Did you have conversation, and I asked you this already, but just to reiterate, do you have conversations with your mother regarding leaving California?
Yes.
And do these appear to accurately reflect those conversations?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
no objection.
So admitted, thank you.
Permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Published.
Read your page 1, please. Could you please read that first message and tell us what date it's from?
It's from June 15th. Diane just said we probably shouldn't go to Vegas.
Okay. And we talked about this earlier, but Diane is Matt's mom, correct?
Yes.
And what are you referring to here?
The yearly trip that we would go with her to Vegas.
When was that planned for?
It varies from year to year. Sometimes it's July, sometimes it's August.
How about this year in 2024?
I believe it was scheduled for the 20th
Of June. And did you send this text to your mom right after Diane canceled it?
Yes,
And the date on that is what again?
June 15th.
You already had your storage unit at this point, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, your testimony was that it was 2 weeks prior to leaving.
That's when we started planning. I don't remember when we rented the storage unit.
You remember when you started filling the storage unit? How many days before you left?
A week.
Okay, so that would put you at if you left on the 20th, that would put you at the 13th, right?
Correct.
Which means you already had the storage unit at this point.
Yes.
Was it your intention to leave Matt, whether the Vegas trip happened or not?
Yes.
Did the Vegas trip just change the timing of when you were going to leave?
No, because I was going to leave from Vegas.
Okay, so your intention was to go to Vegas and then leave him from there.
Yes.
Okay, so you said let's talk through the day that you left. You said you got a rental car with your mom's credit card, right?
Yes.
And physically, where was that rental car agency?
It was off Winchester. And so it's about 20 minutes away from our house.
Okay, so and how did you get to Winchester?
I drove the truck, my daily driver, which is in Matt's name.
Could we take it off of this screen? I want to show it her a picture on the screen. Just hers though. You could
wanna
show
just
her.
show the witness.
Just the witness, yes.
All
Stage 36, please. Okay. You recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the daily driver you were talking about?
yes,
And that's the truck that you took to Winchester?
yes.
No, state would move to the State's Exhibit 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
36 is submitted without objection.
Permission to publish.
Any objection to that?
No, no objection.
Publish it.
Okay, so is that the truck that you were just referring to?
Yes,
That you took, you said Winchester was how far from your house?
15, 20 minutes.
How much?
10 miles, maybe? I'm not really sure.
Okay, and we can go and take that down. Thank you. When you got to Winchester, where did you go?
I went to the rent-a-car, the Enterprise rent-a-car.
And what did you do when you were there?
I rented a Ford Expedition.
And had it already been reserved for you?
Yes,
And what did you do with the truck?
I left it in the Target parking lot, locked.
What did you do with the keys?
I took them with me.
Did anybody meet you in Winchester?
Yes, Carolyn did.
Anybody else?
My father was there as well with Carolyn.
What's your father's name? I don't think we've gotten his name yet.
Clyde Ellis.
Clyde Ellis. Is that your biological father?
Yes.
Is that also who raised you?
Raised is a very loose word, but yes,
Was in your life for your formative years?
yes.
Why were they there? What did they help? What did they do?
My father was visiting my sister, and it just so happened to be on the day that I was leaving that he came out with her. And she was there to help me with my children and to help me load up anything I could fit into the Expedition.
So
And
by load up, did you go somewhere to load up?
I went to the storage unit to load up my children's clothes, blankets, anything that was practical to take to Utah.
Okay, so what time of day would you say this is on June 20th?
That I was loading up to about
Yeah.
noon,
Okay. And when did you get on the road, do you think, to come to Utah?
about 12:30, 1 o'clock. I believe I left the house at around 9.
Okay. Did you tell Matt that you were leaving?
No, not until 4 p.m.
So prior to renting the car and the storage unit, did he have any idea that you were leaving him?
No.
How did you tell Matt that you had left?
Text message.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
See if you can find. So you told him, you said you testified that you told him via text message, correct?
Yes, and on the phone as well. I don't recall exactly what I said to him on the phone, but I know that I told him through text message that I was on my way out to Utah and that I wouldn't be returning that night.
Do you remember who told you what to say in that text message?
I asked her to compose a text message, and it was Tara Lynn who composed a text message for me.
Okay. If we could now republish states 29. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay, and who's that? And that's from Terrellin, correct?
yes.
If you could please read that.
First of all, I love you. It's been really hard lately because you're so mad every day. Your mom mentioned the other day that I should go to my mom's to give you some space. I called my mom to talk to her about it because I was crying and sad, and she insisted she rent me a car and to come visit her. She said she will pay for everything we need for the week or so. We're up there, so that's not going to make it harder for you. And I left the truck so you can work if you want to. It's in the Target Shopping Center by O'Reilly off Rancho Cal. I love you. I want to help our family move forward and help you feel less stressed. We'll come home after you and I have a little bit of a breather.
Okay, we can take that down. No, and that's the content of the message you sent to Matt as well, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't true, right? You weren't coming home after a breather.
I don't think I had intentions of coming home.
We talked about the truck. Before you left the truck, you said you put the keys in it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you locked it.
Yes.
Thank you. What did you do with the keys?
I took them with me.
Thank you. And did you place an air tag in the truck?
Yes, I did.
And where did you put it?
In the little box over the transmission cover on the inside of the vehicle. There was a little storage box, and it was a catch-all box. And I just dropped it in there.
I'd like to show the witness only an exhibit. Please. Can you show the witness states exhibit 2?
Exhibit what number?
2, states exhibit 2. Is it on? Okay. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Does this accurately reflect where you placed the air tag?
Yes.
Say we're moving to admit states exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted, published.
Can we publish it to the jury, please?
Any objection to
No
publish?
objection.
Okay, you described the little box that was located, you said it above the transmission area.
In between the driver and passenger.
Okay. And was the box more full than this?
I don't recall.
Why did you put the tracker in the truck?
Because I was afraid of Matt and I wanted to know where he was.
Okay.
I wanted to know if he was coming out to Utah, if he was going to the bar.
Why would it matter if he was going to the bar?
Because he had a tendency to lie to me a lot.
I'm sorry, could you say that?
He had a tendency to lie to me a lot.
Right, but you were leaving, right? You're gone.
Right?
Why does it matter if he goes to the bar?
Because I have control issues.
Okay. So you placed the air tag in the truck. Whose idea was that?
It was Tara Lynn's idea. I mulled on it, and I ultimately made the decision to put it in there.
Is it fair to say you were uncomfortable with that at first?
Objection, leading.
Okay, so, sustained.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. So it's Tara Lynn's idea, you molded over, and then you decided to do it,
Yes.
correct? Where did that air tag come from?
Tara Lynn.
Do you know who had access to monitor that air tag?
I believe it was originally purchased for Disneyland. And I am not an Apple user. My mom is, and Tara Lynn is not. I believe Rachel had access to it because she was going to track the children. Possibly, I believe Kevin had access to it.
This was in February, correct?
Yes,
Is that what you're
for
testing?
Disney to track
Okay.
to track Tara Lynn's 2 children.
Now, that was its original purpose, correct?
Yes,
But it was repurposed on June 20th, 2024. Is that fair?
yes,
And what was it repurposed for in June of
for
2024?
tracking Matthew.
And at that time, in June of 24, who could monitor the air tag?
I believe the same people. I never had access to it.
You never had access to it?
No, I was never on my device was I able to access the AirTag.
What devices did you have?
I had an Android. I can't remember the model. And I also had an iPad.
And you couldn't track it on the iPad?
No, I could not.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
Just showed you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Would you please take a look at that? And when you have an idea what that is, if you could look up. On June 20th, did you create what appears to be a Facebook group with Rachel, Tara Lynn, and Tracy?
Yes,
And did you communicate with them through that forum?
yes,
And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of that communication that you had with them on that day?
yes.
Now, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
No objection.
So admitted without objection.
Permission to publish page
No objection.
15.
And we will not have any objection to the state publishing an exhibit once.
All right, thank you. All right, so
Okay.
when record reflects that after an exhibit's been admitted, the defense has no objection to publish it. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Okay, we could publish page 15, please. Actually, I'm sorry, do you have page 1 by chance? Okay. Who all was in the group?
Myself, Rachel, Carolyn, and my mother.
Okay. And if you could summarize for me, because you just skimmed them, right?
Yeah.
What are you guys
Yeah.
talking about?
The Apple tag and Matt coming out and me getting to my mother's house.
Okay. And could you please read the green message that you sent on June 22nd on the screen?
Kevin has it on his phone too.
What did you mean by that?
Access to the Apple tag.
So Kevin had access to the Apple tag.
Yes.
Did all the other women on this thread have access to the Apple tag?
I believe Tara Lynn was able to monitor it through an iPad. And my mom and Rachel also had access to it. Yes.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but earlier I thought you stated Tara Lynn couldn't track it. Are you retracting that and saying now you think maybe she did through an iPad?
I forgot she had the iPad.
Okay. Does it appear that she was tracking it through these text messages?
Yes.
You should have what was previously admitted as State's Exhibit 29 in front of you. Once you find that, can you let me know?
Yes, I have it.
Maybe are you able to publish State's 29? Is that all you have from it? Yes. If you go to publish page 18. So if you could either turn to 18 or just look on your screen and you can read off of there if you want. About halfway down through the page, actually we'll just start
I'm sorry, I missed it.
29. Page 18. Okay, if you could please read, starting with that third message and tell us who sent that.
Perfect. Outgoing.
And who sent that message?
I believe I sent that.
To Tara Lynn, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next one?
I asked Tara Lynn. I sent another text message to Tara Lynn. Check the tag if you're up.
And then the next one after that, please.
Can you send the link to Kevin?
And what date did you ask for the link to be sent to Kevin?
6/21.
Okay, and what was her response to?
What's his Apple ID or thing?
And then just go ahead and go to the next, read the next message that has content.
His email?
Yeah.
KevinStanleyEllis@gmail.com.
We could go to the next page, please.
Okay, give me a couple minutes. Just got out of the shower.
And then let's jump down to, let's go to the next page, please, page 20. And if you could read the second message and tell us who sent that.
I sent it to Tara Lynn. I said, got it.
And what are you referencing?
I believe that Kevin received the link to the Apple tag.
And how do you know that Kevin received it?
I don't recall.
Were you with him?
He was at the house. I don't recall the conversation.
Okay, but do you recall him being present?
At the house, yes.
Okay, at the time that you're having this exchange with Tara Lynn.
I don't remember.
And then let's go down 4 more messages. If you could read that, please.
He's on it.
And what was Carolyn's response to that?
I personally think my emoji is the best.
And then to the top of page 21, please. And what was your response at the top of page 21?
LOL, Kevin just commented on it.
Okay, and what was her response?
She laughed at it.
Okay, and then what did you say?
He is shitty.
Okay, so top one, LOL, Kevin just commented on it. Does that refresh your memory of whether you were having a conversation with Kevin?
He must have been sitting there.
You can take that down. How long were you in Utah before Matt came out?
How long was I in Utah?
Yes.
About 3 weeks.
In those 3 weeks, did members of this group and Kevin and yourself continue to monitor Matt's location?
Yes.
And would you have conversations about that?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes. Let's make it easier, Mr. Smith. You have ongoing permission. Go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 4. Would you please take a look at that? And when you have an idea of what that is, please look up. Okay. Did you have a text message conversation? Did you communicate with Kevin via text message
Yes.
periodically? And does this appear to be an accurate reflection of those text messages that you had with him?
So there's one text message in April that he replied back with, and then the rest of our conversations are after I got to Utah.
Yeah,
Or in-
and we'll get there, yeah.
Yes.
But this do appear accurate, correct?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. So admitted.
Thank you. So you just referenced that, so let's just be, there was a communication with the two of you in April, where you ask, spell your cat's name, please. Right?
Yes.
And he answers, and that's the extent of the conversation.
Yes.
Otherwise, the bulk begins when?
June 20th.
And you testified to this earlier, that he sent you the gate code.
Correct.
Is that first text message that we see?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to page 8, please. And it's up here on the screen if you'd rather just refer to the screen. If you could read, well, first tell us the date of this communication.
From June 26th, 2024.
Okay, and what does it say?
What day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf. Friday late. Okay, cool.
So let me pause you for a second. You asked that question, right?
Yes.
Can we please publish? Thank you. Okay, so the top one that you read, what day are you coming back? Wondering for Olaf. You sent that to Kevin, correct?
Yes.
And what time did you send that?
1:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. And he responded?
Friday late.
You said wondering for Olaf. What is Olaf?
Olaf is a nickname that we gave Matt that we would be able to talk about Matt in front of the children without sending a flag up to them that we were talking about their father.
Is it in reference to the Frozen character?
Yes,
Okay. Why'd you pick that?
because we like Disney and it was just random,
Okay.
no particular reason.
But did Kevin know about that name?
Yes,
Who else knew? Who else referred to Matt as Olaf?
everyone in my family.
So he says Friday late. And what's your response?
Okay, cool.
And then what does he respond with?
The tag is still active.
And then go ahead and read your response.
Really?
Could you explain that? Were you unaware that it was still active?
I guess. I wasn't sure whether or not it would be, if he would find it or not and dispose of it.
Okay. And what is his response to that question?
If I have to rush back, I can make that happen.
Do you know where he was that he would rush back from?
I believe he was in Wendover.
Okay. And then what does he send you in that attachment? The next
I
message?
believe that's the location of a screenshot of the Apple tag.
Okay. So is it fair to say that Kevin had the ability to access and monitor Matt's location?
Yes.
You started this testimony by saying that you pled guilty to murdering Matt, right?
Yes.
And that you conspired with Tracy and Kevin to murder Matt.
Yes.
Was that the plan the whole time?
No.
What was your original plan moving out here? And you've testified to it a couple times. What was your
My
original?
original plan was to divorce Matt, and I was trying to navigate the legal system.
Okay. Did that include how were you navigating that legal system?
I had contacted a lawyer and asked a lawyer in California about my options.
Do you remember when you had that phone call?
July 11th.
So the day before Matt came out.
Yes,
Did you record that phone call?
I did.
And who did you send it to?
My mother.
Did you send it to anybody else?
I don't believe so.
Not to Tara Lynn?
I don't remember if I sent it to Carolyn or not.
Okay. What about Kevin?
I don't believe I sent it to Kevin.
Where did you take that? You said the attorney call was, he's from California, right? The attorney is.
Yes.
Where did you take that call?
In the master bedroom of my mother's house.
Who was present while you were talking to the attorney?
I believe Steele was my son.
Anybody else?
No.
No adults?
No
Okay.
adults.
I'm sorry, I missed the name. Did you say Steele?
Yes.
That was Steele, your friend.
No, my son.
And afterwards, you testified that you shared the audio to your remembrance only with your mother.
Yes.
Do you know what she did with it?
I mostly recorded it as to be able to recollect what the attorney had said to me. I don't remember if my mom actually listened to it.
Okay, but that's why you recorded it. But do you know what she did with it? Do you know if she disclosed it to anybody else?
I don't believe she disclosed it to anybody else.
Okay. At this time, the state would move. Sorry, you said you recorded that call
Yes.
and sent it to your mother.
Yes.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit number 5, which is the beginning portion of that phone call.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
No objection.
We're going to play this audio for you. We're only going to play. It's been clipped before. Okay.
Everything's dead.
Huh?
Everything's dead.
What's first one?
Okay.
Would you agree with me that it sounds like there's a male's voice?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was Kevin.
Okay. So previously, when you said you were alone and it was just Steele, does this refresh your memory?
Kevin was more than likely, obviously, in the house. He was not sitting there on the bed with me or anything while I was having this conversation.
But you were conversing with Kevin.
Yes.
Go ahead and continue playing.
I don't know what Chip is. I have no idea. I just ran downstairs and.
That's the right one.
I'm good, how are you?
Very well, thank you. All right, so has anything been filed as of yet?
No, I'm at a loss.
You're at a loss as how to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move out or did he move out?
I am technically not moved out. I am on vacation.
Does he know it?
Does he know I'm on vacation? Yes.
No, does he know that you're leaving?
No, and that's because I'm so scared.
All right, so let's start off. Has there been domestic?
It's a lot of verbal abuse. He hits the kids. And so
Are we talking about spanking?
just aggressively grabbing the kids. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have financial help to get out?
So I'm at my mother's house in Utah, and I don't want to go home.
In Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also if you left and he wasn't happy about it, he could file something and yank you back really quick, or at least yank the kids back. And where the kids go.
It was a long conversation, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that, well, how'd you walk away from that conversation feeling about your options?
Feeling defeated
Why is that?
because Matt could do a lot from California because I didn't have residency in Utah.
And you talked about you were asked specifically about domestic violence. And what
Yes.
was your answer?
There's no domestic violence, not physical hitting from Matt to myself.
Okay. And then when you described the children, you originally used the words that he hits the children, but then you clarified, correct?
Yes.
And what did you say?
That he is aggressive with the children, like he'll yank their arm hard or just be verbally abusive with them.
Okay. Is that a fair representation of the remainder of the call? Nothing changed later in the call.
I believe so.
It is fair?
Yes.
Okay. Who knew you were meeting with an attorney?
My mom and I believe Terlin.
Anybody else?
Probably Rachel, more than likely. And obviously Kevin, if Kevin was in the house.
Who's Chris Walnick?
Chris Walnick is a friend of mine from California.
Is it a man or a woman?
It's a man.
Okay, did he know you were meeting with an attorney?
Yes.
Can I City Council, Mr. Williams and you, Mr. Brown. Please continue, Mr. Brown.
Did I approach you already?
No.
No. Showing you has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 6, same routine. You can take a look at it and then look up when you recognize what it is.
So State's Exhibit what?
6. Did you have conversations with your friend Chris Walnick via text message?
Yes,
And do these appear to accurately reflect the text communication between you and him between July 8th and July 11th?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish page 4.
First off, any objection to admitting Exhibit 6, Mr. Rand?
No objection.
Exhibit 6 is admitted, we'll publish.
Actually, yeah, we'll start with page 1. Could you read that first bubble from him?
3 more days till you meet with a lawyer. How are you holding up?
And what's the date on that?
July 8th.
And then let's just go to page 4. Okay, and then the bottom of page 3, could you please read his question to you and tell us when it's from?
How did your attorney meeting go on July 11th?
And what was your response?
Honestly, I'm fucked.
And what did he say?
How so?
And then your response, please.
Just dumb CA law. I just feel hopeless.
Okay, so does that accurately reflect how you felt after that phone call with your attorney?
Yes.
Your Honor, now might be a good time for.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess. We'll go about an hour and a half.
You're ready? Yes, thank you. Okay, Mr. Sully, I want to move to let's stay on July 11th. We ended with your conversation with Mr. Molnick about your perceptions of your chances at divorce, right? What, from there, what transpired between you and Matt from that point?
He talked about wanting me to drive home and reserving me a car and me driving home or him possibly driving out.
Okay, and you guys had that conversation on the 11th, right?
Yes.
Can we put up, just for the witness, states 7?
Exhibit 7.
Yes, it has not been admitted yet, so just for the witness. And that's up on your screen. If you take a look at it, look up when you've had an opportunity to understand what it is. You want me to scroll a
Yes.
page?
No, you can.
Okay. Did you have is this the conversation you were referring to where you were talking to Matt about the rental car?
Yes.
Does it appear to be an accurate representation of that?
Yes.
State removed to admit States Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States Exhibit 7 is admitted without objection. Thank you.
Okay, on the 11th, could you please start with reading what your conversation is to him?
It would be $550 rental, and comma, $550 deposit and $300 gas.
And where did that information come from? Well, sorry, who sent that?
I sent that to Matt.
Okay. And where did that information come from?
My mother told that to me.
Okay, and then let's jump over to the next page. What was his response?
Tomorrow Enterprise, 385 Main Street, American Fork, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, 182.33 rental is reserved. Pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be Kate.
Okay, what was your response to him?
Cool.
Can we go to the next page, please? Jump down to the second one. What does he tell you there?
$600 in your account.
In your response on the next page?
Thank you.
That was, well, when was that in relation to the divorce consultation?
I'm not sure. I would have to look at the timestamp of the recorded phone call.
Do you remember roughly when it was? Was it afternoon, morning hours?
I believe it was, I don't remember. I remember the conversation with the attorney being on the 11th, but I don't remember what time. I think it was before 2 p.m. Because my daughter wasn't out of school yet. Oh, she wasn't in school, excuse me.
Somewhere, yeah. Do you remember if this conversation with Matt happened before or after the consultation with the attorney?
I believe it was before. But I could be wrong.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
But I could be wrong.
Showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 8, similar with the others. Could you take a look at this and then look up when you understand what it is? Did you talk to your mom on that same day?
Yes,
Does this appear to be the text message conversation that you had with your mother?
yes.
Your Honor, State will move to admit State's Exhibit number 8.
Any objection?
No objection.
And can we publish this into the jury, please? We go to State's 8. All right, let's start with what's on the screen. What's your message to your mom? Sorry,
Matt
actually,
doesn't,
pause 1 second, please.
It takes a moment.
Yeah, I always jump the gun. Let's go and start with that first one.
Matt doesn't want to drive out.
Okay, what time is that message sent?
8 o'clock in the morning, 8:07,
And to who?
my mother.
And the next one?
She says, nope.
You've got one more at the top over there.
Oh, he's depositing money for me to rent a car.
And then what was her response to,
Nope.
and then continue on to the next two, please?
Well, we will just stay, you sprained your ankle and keep putting him off.
Okay, and then let's go to the next page, please. Could you read your response to her?
Yep, if you deposit money, then I can pay for the lawyer. And then I correct myself and say he.
So what did that mean to say?
If he deposited his money, then I can pay for the lawyer. Then I can use it to pay for the lawyer.
And then what is her response, her next two responses to you, please?
Yes, sir. And then it would be $550 for rental, $550 for deposit, and $300 gas.
And what do you say?
I'll tell him.
And that's what you referred to earlier in your text message with Matt. You're relaying this message from your mother.
Yes.
Okay, what does she say to that?
I say I'll tell him, and she says, plus you're going to sprain your ankle soon.
What this idea of the sprained ankle, where did that come from?
So if I had a sprained ankle, then I would be unable to drive. And the lawyer also agreed to just keep stalling. And so it was just a way to stall to go home.
Okay. Now, this idea of the sprained ankle was at 9 a.m, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
This idea of the sprained ankle came up at 9 a.m.
No, it was previously talked about.
Oh, so you had talked about the sprained ankle before,
Yes.
and then that coincided with the idea of the stall. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Is it fair? Let's go on to the next page. Okay, what do you say to your mom?
Yes, he wants me to leave tomorrow. I have to make arrangements for the car today.
Okay.
And she said, can't drive with that ankle.
And then go ahead and read your next two responses.
Exactly. Ouch. It hurts so bad.
And is it fair to say that you guys continue this conversation about a sprained ankle for a couple pages?
Yes.
Okay, if we can jump ahead to page 288. One more. All right, go back. One more. I'm looking for 11 o'clock a.m. No, that's 11:55. No. There we go. Okay. Top right corner, if you could please read that text message.
The first one, the blue one?
No,
The
the green one.
Tomorrow Enterprise 385 Main Street, American Ford, Toyota Corolla, $200 deposit, 182.33 rental is reserved, pay in person with debit card at 8 a.m. All paperwork must be caped.
So are you copying and pasting what Matt sent you?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your mom's response to that?
I would call them just to see if that's true, just ask. But then
And then the next message is just the next page.
sprained ankle.
Did you continue this idea of, well, let me ask you this. Did you communicate to Matt ever that you had a sprained ankle?
No, I never told Matt I had a sprained ankle.
So as of the morning of the 12th, what was the understood action that you were going to take between you and Matt?
I am sorry, I don't understand the question.
Sure, thank you. As of the morning of the 12th, so the next morning after these text exchanges happened, what was the understanding between you and Matt was going to happen that morning?
That I was going to go to the rental car place and attempt to rent the car and drive home.
Did you end up going to the rental car place on the 12th?
I did.
What did they tell you?
I asked them, I said, can I rent a car with an out-of-state driver's license and a debit card? They said no.
Okay.
I said, okay, if my husband calls you, I'm sorry if he yells at you.
Do you remember what time you went to the rental car place?
Right around 8 o'clock.
Okay. We could go, if you could look at the messages on the right in the green, the second one down. Could you please read that?
LOL, I said, I'm sorry to the cat on talk to text.
Sorry, the one after that.
Right. He called and talked to the girl,
And what's that in reference to?
the rental car,
Okay, and he is who?
Matthew,
Okay, and when did you send that?
11:32 a.m.
What day? Sorry.
on the 11th.
Okay, and then the next page, at 11. What does that say?
Because I have an out-of-state driver's license, it has to be a credit card
Okay, and what date was that?
on the 11th.
Okay, so you didn't
So,
learn the information on the 12th when you went, you already had it on the 11th.
yes, I had spoke with her on the phone
Okay. So then why would you go on the 12th?
to make my story plausible that I went in to go rent the car and that it didn't work.
Okay. Who did you discuss that plan with?
My mother,
Anybody else?
No.
Did you discuss it with Rory?
I believe I told Rory that I was going to go try to rent a car because she was watching my children for 5 minutes.
Was Rory aware of this plan?
I don't believe so.
Okay, what about Jake? Did you tell Jake?
I don't believe so.
What about Kevin?
I don't believe so.
Tell me a little bit about the layout of your house, or your mom's house, I'm sorry. Where were people living? What rooms were they in?
So it's a 3-story, technically a 2-story with a basement. Jacob lives downstairs in the basement. It's a finished basement. On the first floor is Rory's office. And upstairs is a master bedroom, Kevin's bedroom, and Rory's bedroom.
Okay. And where were you staying?
I was staying in my mother's master bedroom while she slept on a mattress downstairs in the basement.
Okay. I'm going to play for you an audio and see if you recognize it. State's Exhibit number 9, if there's any objection to it.
Any objection? Exhibit 9? Is there an objection, Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. State's Exhibit number 9.
So I guess just to be clear, I'm moving to State's Exhibit 9.
Sorry. I need to work with this for 5 minutes. I just ordered a rent car place to make my story possible that I need to go over over there and they just turn me away and say, no, we cannot rent you this car because your driver's license is out of state. I leave in like 2 minutes. I'm leaving my kids know that you're upstairs.
Who did you say you were leaving?
I did tell Kevin that I was leaving. I forgot I had that conversation with him.
Okay, so would you like to rephrase who you told you were going to go to the car rental place?
I told Kevin I was going to the car rental place.
Okay.
So, thank you, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions about that. Do you know where that recording came from?
Yes,
Where did it come from?
my iPad.
Why was it recording?
I think it was a mistake that it was recording. It was bumped. I believe it was bumped. It wasn't actually supposed to be recording at that moment.
But it was, and that was from your iPad.
Yes.
Okay, so from there, it's your testimony that you went to the enterprise.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. When you come back from let me back up. Throughout that morning, are you having communications with Matt?
Yes.
And what is the content of those communications?
Telling him the play-by-play of what I'm doing. Telling him that I was going to the rental car place. Telling him that I wasn't able to rent the car. Telling him that I wasn't going to be able to drive back.
Did you guys begin to have phone calls?
Yes,
Did you record those phone calls?
more than likely, I believe so.
Did you start having phone calls with him after going to the Enterprise rental car place?
I believe so.
Were things cordial with you and Matt in the morning?
Yes,
Just say that again. I didn't have to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Were things cordial with you and Matt in the morning?
I believe so, yes.
After discussing what transpired at Enterprise, what plan did you make with Matt?
We decided that Matt was going to drive out.
Now, this time the state would move to admit states 10 through 10, 11, and 12 as a batch. They are the first three phone recordings that she indicated she made.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
But just some foundation for that. I'm sorry.
Some additional.
Just additional foundation, similarly, we're wondering what witness does,
Fair enough.
when they were recorded, why, who did it, how.
Fair enough. Thanks for the foundation.
So I had asked you earlier if you recorded the phone calls with Matt,
Yes,
and what was your answer?
yes.
And what did you record those on?
My iPad,
Okay, the same iPad that captured the conversation earlier in the day.
yes.
And do those recordings accurately reflect what you and Matt talked about?
Yes,
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes, you stipulate no?
No objection.
All right. Exhibits 10 through 12 are admitted without objection.
Let's play, this is a little bit lengthy, but I'm going to play number, let's publish number 10, please.
Okay.
His job.
They won't rent me the car.
Okay, well, I don't know.
She doesn't have money on her credit card.
Okay, so what you gotta do? Can you run it through Sam or somebody else? Anybody?
Nobody has credit cards with that money on it.
Sorry, can we pause that for just 1 second? Might make it easier. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. If you take a look at that and, see, and look up when you can tell what that is. Okay, what is that?
It's a call log.
Does that appear to be a call log? Accurately reflect your calls on July 12th?
Yes,
Okay, State will move to admit State's Exhibit 13.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted, thank you.
Refer you to I think it's page 6 or so. Actually, it's on your screen. Let's go that way. Go to the next page over. Okay. Then go to page. Sorry, that page numbers on here. It's not full. Page 6. And then look at 8:55 a.m. Who's that call between
Matt and myself,
and for how long?
10 minutes.
Let's go ahead and play it.
I'm at a loss right now, Matt.
Okay, just chill out.
They won't rent me the car.
Okay, we'll have your mom rent it.
She doesn't have money on her credit card.
Okay, so what you gotta do? Can you rent it through Sam or somebody else? Anybody?
Nobody has credit cards with that money on it.
How much money do you need? What do you need?
I can't do it with my debit card because I have an out-of-state license.
Okay, so what do you need me to do? Like, what are you thinking?
I don't know.
Okay, just chill out. Do you need to put money in a different? Can you want to call her credit card and extend it?
No, they need money.
So, you need to put more money in your account?
No, because they won't rent it to me because I have a debit card and an out-of-state license plate, or out-of-state driver's license. If I had an in-state driver's license and a debit card, they would do it. Like, they don't even care that I have a good driving record, they don't care that, like, I just rented with them 3 weeks ago.
Okay, then obviously that doesn't matter, so. Who are you down there with right now? You're with them?
Now I came back home to assess it.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm not gonna sit down there at the Enterprise place if I'm like trying to figure out what to do. It's only 5 minutes away. I can go back down there. It's not a problem.
Okay. Well, just take a deep breath, obviously.
Yeah.
Just never hand you a credit card.
No. I don't know.
So, how can you rent a car with yourself?
I don't know.
So, if your mom had money, how could she have money? How could she have money?
It's like $1,000. Well, she's had a hard week this week because the water kept being turned off. So she didn't make as much money as she would normally.
I'm not gonna give you a time. I'm just
I know you're not giving me a hard time. I'm explaining stuff to you as best as I can.
So you need to move that money from your account, take it out and put it in her account.
I don't know if that would work.
In the account.
Huh?
You need me to go to the credit card and put more money in your account and then send it all over to your mom's account. We'll just write the card in her name.
No, because then I can't drive it.
Well, she leaves with it. Say she leaves with
But if there's any problem on the way home, I'm fucked. If there's any sort of pickup on the way home, I'm fucked.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to deal with what we're trying to
I don't understand that. I don't want to be fucked on the way home and being like, oh, well, where's Tracy? And it's like, oh, she's not here.
Like, you need money to get all the way down here kind of thing?
Huh?
Like, when you return the car kind of thing?
Yeah, that was, yeah, she would have to return that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because she would have to return the car. So,
I don't think our 250 should be driving up that far.
really?
Well, I mean, I guess I could. I don't have a trip permit though, so if I get pulled over right now, I mean, I guess I could call Robert and try to borrow the trip permit.
Well, how much is registration? Can you get it registered?
I'm just like, it's just terrifying because I'm getting this starter with a hammer gate. I don't have money for a starter. So I have to tear it down still in like 5 days, 6 days. So like, I'm just trying to juggle this at the same time I'm trying to juggle the account. I just think it's pushing.
Well, I mean, it just sounds like we don't have money right now. We just gotta wait a little bit more until we have more money.
I have like another I can go return the starter. Like I bought another starter, but I had like $600 more, and I had no money for that. So
Well, no, because we need the gas card to stay on for the drive home.
we'll see. I hope it I something was wrong. I just don't think it's a great idea for me to drive the 250 that far. I have nobody to watch the place either. Like,
But it would only be a solid day of you being gone. I don't know. I feel like we just need to make it a better plan. I feel like we need to do a little bit more research.
I did all that sad because I called and asked her all these questions.
I know, and I was ready, and they said, oh, a debit card and an out-of-state license? No, that doesn't work.
That's what I asked her.
Well, she obviously doesn't know.
And then it's their policy, she can't touch anything.
Right, because it's a fucking $50,000 car.
Oh,
I feel the same way.
yeah, that sounds like the truck. Just so that I can land the truck and hit the starter with a hammer. Like, and it has a little oil leak. I mean, like, I'm like, even working for Robert, like, it's, you know, I'm sitting there terrified that I'm gonna break down the intersection still. Like, towing trailers and just trying to get this done. Stress is killing me right now. It's not really about me, I'm not saying it. It's just harsh, you know?
I get it.
Straps, like I'm just kind of busting my ass. I had the truck parked in the shop area because if it doesn't start, I have to hit the starter and I'm laying on the concrete.
Matt, I did what I could today.
I mean, just go jack up and borrow her car. Do it again. I could pay her. She knew anyone would let me borrow their car. Like safely. And come out of truck and everything.
What about your mom?
It just sucks that I have to go all the way to fucking Orange County to get it. No. But
Yeah.
I would actually ask them probably to drive out here and drop it off with me.
Right.
I would rather like ask someone in the neighborhood here.
You can't just roll the dice with the truck. It's that fucking sketchy.
I could call, but just the thing is, here's what's going on. If I call Robert and ask for the moving permit, you're saying like he's gonna find out saying they take out the Ortiz deal. And he might not be very happy, but it's still my customer first, and I'm trying to avoid too much involvement, like too much desperation with the neighbor right across the street, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sick to my stomach.
Well, I mean, we got insurance. I wouldn't even, if I did that, I would basically drive straight through. I wouldn't even have the truck on the whole property. The truck would be on for 20 hours or something.
Hang on. Hang on. What happened? What happened? Shania, what happened? What happened?
He was being annoying, and I just lost all my patience. No, me.
You're throwing his phone?
No, I didn't.
You're not gonna yell at me though.
Daddy,
Do not throw the phone do not throw the phone because I will take away your iPad for the day. Don't. Do not give me a grumpy face. No, I am trying to figure stuff out today. Please don't do this. Be kind. Be kind. I don't know. I think it was also. No, it was the water being turned off that really threw the wrench in the gears. big ask. Okay. Okay.
If I refer to your call log, when's the next call you have with Matt?
$8:43. No, sorry, excuse me, that was Carolyn's phone call.
So 8:55, you talked to Matt, that's the one we just listened to.
Mhm.
When's the next one after that?
The 1 second one is at 8:53 and
So
then,
go the other direction.
oh, backwards.
Yeah, descending.
Sorry.
No, that's my fault.
$11:55 for 11:11.
Yeah, on that same page, you see a phone call between you and him at 9:08 a.m. Just 3 lines up from where you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay.
yeah.
And how long did
9:15.
how long did you talk for?
1:45.
Okay, the one below that is how long? 9:08.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention. 1:37.
We could play states 11.
Okay.
Here's only a funny day. I don't have YouTube.
No, stop.
I don't have YouTube.
Stop.
To do.
You don't have YouTube, why are you calling me? Sorry, I'm sitting on my earbud and he's just like screaming, running around like a fucking crazy person. I don't have YouTube, I don't have YouTube, like, you kidding me? Like, you telling everyone I'm stressed right now, like, what the fuck?
I think we should ship a car back to.
That's so expensive.
Well, it's not as bad as you think. Just trying to think of, that ballpark that truck in and see what it costs out, because the cars just transported back.
I'm not borrowing one of their cars. Jacob uses his car every day, Lori uses her car every day, my mom uses her car every day. And Kevin's car cannot make it to California.
Okay.
So these cars are not options out here. I know, it's frustrating.
Frustrating is if Robert just answered his phone and said yes, that would be the plan, I'd just be going with that right now, and I wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Okay, well,
But now I texted him what my intentions are, so a lot of times when I text him intentions,
right, he reads it and then gets back to you.
he gets all good stuff. He either steps up or he gets all good stuff. Like, good to line. Like, one more is trap loader, going to some Maui. Please call me and
Okay.
Who's Richard?
Robert.
Sorry, Robert. Who's Robert?
That is our across the street neighbor.
Okay, and what was Matt trying to do, Robert?
Borrow a moving permit for a, so if he got pulled over, he could say that, oh, I have a moving permit because the truck was not registered.
And what would that have allowed him to do?
Drive out
In what vehicle?
in our own vehicle, the F-250.
The one that we saw a picture of earlier?
Yes.
And then your next call at 9:15, how long does that last?
1:45.
Please play 12.
Hey,
Hey, what?
what's going on here?
We're gonna get the trip permit from Robert right now.
Okay, you gonna drive out today?
I don't have a choice.
You don't have much choice. Okay. Well, I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready.
What's that?
I wasn't sure if you were rested and ready.
I'm not sitting there. I gotta get the dogs like fully fed and left. Okay. I don't plan on turning the truck off. Should I even get the starter on the way out? Should I replace my starter and then go?
Probably.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go to town and get the starter and then come back and work on the truck and then get the dogs ready. I'm taking a long fucking day.
No. No. I appreciate you.
Yeah, well, I gotta get going on this one. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'll call you in a little bit. So I'm gonna call you in like an hour. You gotta let me do something.
Okay.
I have to return a starter. And I can't drive out there without a starter that works.
Okay.
So I gotta swap the starter. So I have to go to town. I gotta go to Roberts, go to town, the starter on. Feed the dogs, get ready to go, eat. And I don't know, the truck's any kind of dirty, like you're not gonna shit talk, like tools in there, and fucking shit on the bed, like.
No.
Great.
Mommy, I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll feed you.
I'm gonna go, I'll call you in a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. Good day.
So that call happened what time?
9:15 in the morning.
If I could refer you, you still have states 8 in front of you.
Yes.
Would you please turn to page 302? You go and publish this. And just for reference, this is the conversations between you and your mother via text message, correct?
I don't have 302 in this packet. It goes from 298 to 303.
Oh, like it jumps?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing here.
Really? Do you remember Will you go ahead and publish this? Publish page 302, please. I think we figured out it's at the end of the packet. Okay, so these are the conversations between you and your mom on the 11th and 12th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what do you say? On the right hand, what do you say to your mom?
He's going to drive out
What time do you send that?
9:17 in the morning.
Is it fair to say that was immediately after calling, getting off the phone with Matt?
Yes.
What's her response to you?
I'll call you.
What time did she tell you that?
10:45.
You can go back to that call log, which was number 13. You flip the page. When does, actually it's presented on the screen. You see a call between you and your mother at 11:39?
Yes.
How long was that call?
5 minutes and 22 seconds.
Okay, after getting off the phone with her, what do you do?
I tried to call Matt.
How many times?
Looks like I tried to call him twice and he answered on the third time.
Okay, and what time's that call with Matt?
11:55.
Again, you recorded some of these phone calls with Matt, correct?
Yes.
State would move to admit states 16.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. States 14. We only seek to publish the first 3 minutes. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, but we would like to learn again the foundation, what, where, why, and how it is.
Okay. Yeah.
It's 14.
14. So again, these are the same calls that you were recording that day, correct?
Yes.
And these were calls between you and Matt.
Yes.
And I'll lay the foundation for 14, 15, and 16. Were there 3 additional calls that day that you recorded on your iPad?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just move them in as a batch.
I didn't hear the why.
I don't know that that's necessary for foundation, but why did you record them?
In case he started to yell at me, I wanted to be able to replay it.
Okay. And did he?
I don't recall if he yelled at me or not.
Okay, so they move to publish the first 3 minutes of the 11:55 call.
Hi.
Yeah, it's off. Hey,
Good, how are you?
we'll just pass whatever's going on. I'm leaving here. I'm not freeway to go on pass.
Cool.
So, very peaceful, food.
Awesome.
That's why they needed help, and they said they're letting their parents cool down and make them off.
Okay.
Not like, gee, I have to wait for their food truck to get down here. Fuck. So I would have canceled if they were out front for right now. Fuck it up.
Yes.
But I think when I get there, I don't think I want to turn the truck off.
Okay.
So I just want to get the car seats in, load up, and just kind of take them off. Is that going to be doable?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and then you'll take off with it, and you'll take over driving.
Yeah.
I'll take over after that, and we'll go. That work for you?
Yeah. So you're not turning off the truck.
Actually, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
When I get a new starter, it should be fine.
Okay.
It's under warranty, if it's so. Like, when did you get about my baby? Why do you want to turn off the truck? Yeah, that's how we get loaded up. Like, I'm 97%, so. Let me turn my phone off when I get by Vegas, so you can search some energy, yeah. Yeah, I was telling you, it'll take like 15 minutes to load up. Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you, I just don't want to risk the product, that's all, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll start right now. I'll start right now. I want to get out right out there because I got a password for it, right?
Yeah.
At 11:55, why did you ask him to come inside?
So it was part of the plan.
What plan?
The plan to murder him.
Publish exhibit 15, first minute 30. Actually, if you pause this for just 1 second. Next call you have with Matt. see a call between you and Matt, should be on page 3 at 2:20 PM.
Yes, for 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
Go ahead, play this.
Yeah, so. We do, so I'm just passing that abandoned water park.
Oh, fine, cool.
Yeah, I just like running out with that.
Yeah. My mom was retired, because, sleep here, she said she'll keep her distance. She'll actually go to sleep.
Oh my God, so I just, I'm sorry, I thought, that's all.
Okay, we can get a hotel. She said she'll $100 towards it.
No, it's not that. I just wanna see my baby, see you. Just, I brought my pillow and everything else,
Right.
so I'm really worried about it. So, well, what do you want to do?
I don't know, you want to be comfortable.
I will be, I just because I have a family.
Okay, good.
Oh,
Oh, awesome.
yeah. So, cool.
If we could go back to Exhibit 8, please. Why'd you tell him that your mom would pay for a hotel room where he could spend the night there?
To make it more comfortable.
Okay, and who was telling you to say that?
My mom.
We can go to publish pages 30. Of states 8. To approach the witness.
Yes.
I directed you to page 303 of states 8. Can you please read the text message in blue at the bottom?
From my mom, I'm meeting Kevin for sushi.
What time did she send you that?
2:07 PM.
And what's the next message?
Next message is from her. The water is off at my studio, so I'm just gonna come home and tackle that laundry room.
Okay. And then jump down 2 messages to the Honey Bunch.
Honey Bunch, I'm really happy that's Matt's gonna try. I'm a little nervous about it, but I hope that it works out because you have a sweet little family.
What time did she send you that to?
2:08.
All right, here we go. We have it on the screen now. Yeah, we're almost there. Okay, next one.
And I'm super happy he stopped drinking.
And how do you respond to that?
I liked it, I believe, is what it did.
And then what?
And then after that, I said, me too. I want us all to be happy together.
And what did she say to you?
That is literally the only thing I care about. I just have to always appreciate that your husband loves you and loves your kiddos.
Okay, let's go to page 306 at the bottom. What did she say to you?
Hey there, please let Matt know that he's welcome to spend the night. And if he's too tired after driving all day, I promise I'll stay away and I will be as sweet as can.
And what time is that text message?
2:19.
And does that immediately precede you calling that? We're talking about on the phone at 2:20.
Yes.
she sent you a few more text messages about a St. George hotel and $100 for a hotel.
Yes.
And then what's your final response to her?
Okay, I'll tell him.
Sorry, page 308.
I'm getting there. Okay, on the phone with him now.
And what's her response to you?
Very good.
What time did she send that?
2:41.
What was your understanding of these text messages?
I'm not really sure. It doesn't necessarily jive with what's actually happening.
What is actually happening?
We're planning to murder Matt?
Were you going to be staying in St. George?
No,
You weren't going to be in a hotel on the way home, right?
no.
Let me refer you back to your call log one final time. On page 1 of the call log, do you have a call with Matt at 8:13?
Yes,
How long was that call?
1:40.
Permission, but I'm going to publish states 16.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
I was so I put the cardboard in there where I like cardboard. How long is it gonna take to get loaded? Just leave it right.
Yeah.
I don't want this to leave the charger the whole time, just so I don't have to risk it not starting out here. So, okay.
That's fine. Yeah, right?
Yeah, but I just want to make it like easy, I don't want to like, hang on.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. That's pretty easy.
Yeah, so, but it's like the typical drift, so like, cause I'm kind of ready to
Okay.
8:13, what are you making sure he does?
Comes inside.
Was that your part of the job?
Yes.
You had another call with Matt about 45 minutes later, right on the call log at 8:52.
Yes, for 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
Remember if you recorded that one or not?
I'm
Do
sorry?
you remember if you recorded that one or not?
I think I recorded all of the conversations between Matt and myself.
This was previously admitted as states 7, but so I'm not bouncing around quite so much. I'm going to readmit it. Like normal, showing you state 17. If you could look at it when you recognize what it is, let me know.
You said 17.
17. Okay, and did you have an ongoing conversation with Matt that day?
Yes,
Okay, these are the final text messages between the two of you.
yes.
At, we could vote and publish state 17. No, not that one. You take that one down. Okay, if you could read the text message between you and him at 8:08 that you sent him, or sorry, that he sends to you.
When I get there, we should put down cardboard under the truck for oil drips.
And is that what y'all were discussing in the phone call?
Yes. He said, as we load.
Okay, and what was your response to him?
Okay, I'll get some ready.
Then you sent him an additional text message. What was that?
That's the gate code to the community.
What time did you send that to him?
8:59.
And then your final text message to him, what was it?
A picture of the house with the cardboard in front of it.
What time did you send that to him?
9:05.
So did you continue your part of the plan all the way up to the end?
Yes.
So you send the final message to him, final communication you have with him is at 9:06, correct?
Yes.
What do you do then?
I'm sorry.
What do you do then
At 9:06.
after that?
After that, I get my kids ready for bed. I don't know if they were in bed by then or not. Putting them in the bath, and I gave them melatonin so they would go to sleep easy. And I just scrolled on my phone and didn't do a whole lot of anything.
What was going on in the house around you leading up? Well, let me back up. What time did Matt arrive?
10 o'clock.
What was going on, not necessarily from 9 till 10, but in the hours leading up to his arrival?
We were getting ready for his arrival by putting toys away, putting blankets over the couch to avoid blood spatter.
I'm going to show you just you, so if you take it off of the jury's screen. Which previously been marked as State's Exhibit 19. When that comes up, let me know. Well, actually, I guess I can see it here. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what your house, what your mother's house normally looks like?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to admit State's 19.
Any objection?
Can I have a little more foundation, how it usually looks like when? I mean, what period of time?
Sure. In the time that you've been there since June 20th, was this customarily how your mom's living room would look?
Yes.
And prior to those preparations that you just made, or that you just testified to, is this how the house would traditionally look?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Exhibit 19 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. We can go and publish that, please. Okay. You talked about some preparations that were made. Using this photo, what preparations were made for Matt's arrival?
Those toy baskets were put in the garage. All the toys were put away, and there were blankets, cheap blankets put over the couch.
Any other preparations?
The screen was removed from the front door.
What screen, is that line?
Yeah, that line, it's one of those magnetic screens.
How does it fasten?
Magnets in the middle, and then all around is Velcro.
So it Velcros to the frame and then
Yes.
magnets keep it together?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. And just for the witness, I'm gonna do the next two. If we could show over 20 and 30.
20 and what?
20 and then stays 30. Okay, you see that?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of how the house looked on July 12th after the preparations were made?
Yes.
And then if we can go to 30, we'll just go ahead and move these at the same time. And is that, you can see the flooring has been changed. So which means this is after the fact. Does this look like how it was? Did it revert back to its original state after July 12th?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect that?
Yes.
Say we move to the next days 20 and 30.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, all right, Exhibits 20 and 30 are admitted without objection.
Please publish those and for the jury.
Which one do you want to do first?
20, please. Thank you. Okay. Does this look like the house, the living room on the night that Matt was killed?
Yes.
And if you could use this picture to please highlight the changes that were made.
The blanket that is placed on the couch, and then the toys being removed.
And we can't see the screen in this picture, correct?
No, sir.
And if we go to number 30, please. This is after Matt's death.
Yes.
Again, did it revert back to how it originally was?
Yes.
Has that screen been reinstalled?
Yes.
Why were you testified about the blankets, the reason for the blankets. Why was the screen door removed?
To make it easier for him to come in and have it not be a deterrent.
Were there any other preparations made to the house? You can take this down.
Not that I recall. There may have been, but I don't recall.
How long did you stay downstairs that night?
During the shooting?
No, just
Oh.
that evening.
Oh, I believe I went upstairs about 9:30 just to lay down and relax.
Do you remember what you did?
I think I was just scrolling on my phone. My son was asleep in the bed and my daughter was asleep as well.
What was your understanding of what was going to happen at that point?
No man arrived, he was going to be shot
By who?
by Kevin
And how did you know that?
because it was discussed with my mother.
And was it discussed with Kevin?
I don't recall if I actually discussed it with Kevin directly,
Okay.
but my mom told me that she or Kevin would do it.
And you testified earlier that Matt arrived around 10 o'clock.
Yes,
What did you observe? Let me ask you this. Did you hear him coming?
I heard him pull up. Yes,
How did you hear that?
I was upstairs. The diesel's a very loud truck.
Okay. And that's that 250 that we've seen pictures of?
Yes,
Okay, what else did you hear?
I believe I heard the doorbell ring. And I heard the door open. I don't know if I heard the door open, but it was all quiet. And then I heard the gunshots.
Okay. Did you hear anything else?
I heard Matt say ow, ow. And then after that, I heard my mom and Kevin talking about placing the knife in his hand.
What did you hear them say?
I heard Kevin. I heard Kevin say, "Be careful, he might still be kicking, like to be careful." And then I could hear them and I shouted down, I said, "You guys need to call 911. But before that, my mom had come upstairs to tell me. And I said, "Is he gone?" She said, "Yes." And that's when I told her, I said, "You guys need to call 911.
Did you go downstairs?
No, not until the police got there and they called me down. I remained upstairs.
You said you heard Kevin say, "Be careful, he might still be kicking."
Yes,
You talked about that in reference to the planting of a knife.
yes. I didn't actually see them planting the knife though,
Why would you draw that conclusion from what you heard?
because my mom told me that she was going to put a knife in his hand and make it look like self-defense.
Okay. When was that? When did you have that conversation with her?
3-4 days prior.
Did you have that conversation on more than one occasion with her?
Yes.
What was the context or what were the circumstances of that conversation? And what led to that conversation?
I don't think anything led to it. I think it was just brought up and she had showed me the knife
And where did this happen?
down on the main floor and by the laundry room because she had the knife in the laundry room wrapped in a glove.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more how this transpired. So are you in the laundry room with her? Or what happened?
We're standing at the doorway in the hallway of the laundry room and she showed me the knife.
Okay, were you talking about Matt at this point?
I don't recall what brought up that thing, but more than likely, probably, I was probably stressed and just trying to talk out the situation. And she was trying to assure me, don't worry, I have a plan.
And it's your testimony that at that time she showed you the knife.
Yes.
We could put up just for the witness, State's Exhibit 21. You see that picture?
Yes.
Does that accurately represent what it's seen, what it is picturing?
Yes.
Is that how you remember the laundry room in your home?
My mother's home. Yes.
Yes, your mother's home. Does this accurately reflect what it looked like on July 12th?
Yes.
What about the few days prior when you were talking to your mother?
It may have had more laundry in it because she did mention tackling the laundry room and there was a lot of laundry in it.
But otherwise,
Yes.
say we move to, well, actually, sorry, let me ask. Well, say we move to the State's Exhibit 21.
No objection. Let's look at it.
We could show her 22. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and does that accurately depict what you previously testified to being shown?
Yes.
Say we move to admit State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection? No objection. So admit it, thank you.
Okay, State would ask to publish Exhibit 21 for the jury. Okay, this is the laundry room that you were just testifying about.
Yes.
Where was the knife being kept?
On top of the dryer in the basket.
So is the dryer the
The
which
the dryer is on the right.
okay, and is it in that wicker basket? Okay.
Yes. The darker wicker basket.
Did you watch her take it out of there?
Yes.
What did you watch her do? What did she do with it next after showing it to you?
She put it back in the glove and put it back on the dryer in the basket.
Can if we publish 22, please? And is that the knife that she showed you?
Yes.
Had you seen that knife before she showed it to you?
No.
Did you have any other conversations with your mother about making it look like self-defense?
Not a whole lot, just that she was gonna put the knife in his hand.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Kevin about this plan?
Planting of the knife? No.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
Planting of the knife? No.
What did you have conversations with Kevin about?
Not. Our conversations were, for lack of a better word, short and sweet. They were about coffee and cats.
In the days leading up to Matt coming out, did you talk to him about Matt?
I don't recall if I did or not. I know he knows that I was gonna go to the rental car place and not rent the car. I know that he knows that we were having problems,
Right.
that Matt and I were having problems.
And how does he know those things?
It was,
What did you tell him specifically?
I don't know what I told him specifically.
Specifically.
Specifically. I don't know what I told him. I don't know what my mom told him exactly.
Who did you talk to about what transpired that night after the fact?
Stephanie. I did mention some of the things that happened.
Okay. Who else? Would you talk to your mom about it?
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you talk to your mom about what happened that night after the fact?
Kind of not really. It was really traumatizing for both of us, so we kind of didn't want to.
Okay. Will you take that down, please? As a result of what happened that night, Did you lose your phone?
Yes,
Did you have to resort to a different form of communication after that?
yes.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 23. Similarly, if you could look through that and look up and you recognize what it is. Okay, what is it? Did you resort to a different form of communication with Ms. Frist?
Yes,
And what did you start using?
I used my iPad and I used a Google phone number.
Okay, does this appear to accurately reflect those conversations with your mother?
Yes,
They would move to admit State's 23.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 23 is admitted without objection.
Can we just publish page 1, please? Could you please read the entry for number 2?
from my mom.
Correct.
Do not talk to Diane about anything that happened. It can be used against Kevin, so don't tell what happened.
What day was that sent?
The 13th.
Sorry, if we can publish this to the jury. Okay. Okay, and what's the next thing?
She said, just say it was a blur. And you don't want to talk about it right now. Right. Oh, talk about it right then or whatever.
And what do you say?
Done. No details about what happened.
And she said that to you? That last
No,
time?
yes, she said that. And I said, Roger.
You can take that down. Did you end up talking to Diane?
I did.
Was that call recorded?
It was.
Did your mom also talk to Diane?
Yes, she did. She was the one who originally called her.
So it was part of the same call?
No, the first call that was made to Diane, my mother talked to Diane. And then the second call, I talked to Diane and my mom was whispering to me on what to say to her.
I'm going to clean up a couple of things. Would you and Kevin ever communicate via Snapchat?
No,
Did you use Snapchat?
yes,
If we could show to the witness only State's Exhibit 27. You see that?
yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes,
Does that appear to be an accurate representation of a message that you would receive from Snapchat?
yes.
Okay. Permission to, or state moves to admit State's Exhibit 27.
Any objection? No. Exhibit 27 is admitted, thank you.
Okay, move to publish, please. Okay. What is this message communicating to you?
That chats will be deleted 24 hours after viewing between Kevin and myself.
Okay, and when was that changed? Or when was that text message sent to you?
The 24th of June.
And did you make any changes to your Snapchat permissions?
On that day?
Yeah.
I believe so. I don't remember doing it, but I don't think that Kevin actually uses Snapchat.
Fair enough. But that change was made by you on the 24th,
Yes.
correct? Now, your testimony is you didn't communicate with him via Snapchat anyway.
Right,
And is it fair to say your testimony today is you didn't communicate with him really at all?
right, correct.
You mentioned, and I'm just cleaning up a couple of loose ends. You mentioned Amy, was it Amy Johnson?
Yes,
Do you know who Amy, did she have another name?
McQuillan.
Okay. And you said that you were there to help clean out her fridge and freezer because her husband had passed away.
Yeah,
That-
and she
that
was
accurate?
sick.
And she was sick?
Yeah, she wasn't doing too well.
Okay. Do you remember what her husband's name was?
Pete Beauregard.
I feel like there's been some, well, let me ask you just directly. On July 12th, did you have any intention of going home with Matt?
No,
I told you I'd give you an opportunity to go back to Disneyland.
yes,
You said there was an issue with Matt. What issue are you referring to?
I was not there. I was in the park and there was goldfish spilled. My sister brushed it off from the bed to the carpet, and he got really upset and took the kids in the bathroom, and she could hear hitting.
Okay. And that was relayed to you by whom?
Tara Lid,
And so this would have been in February.
yes.
And did you see any injuries to your children?
No, I did not.
You saw them after that, right?
Yes, I did.
No injuries.
No injuries.
Okay. Where was Kevin at that time?
I don't know. He may have been in the park. He may have been in the hotel room. I don't know. I didn't see him much of that trip. There was 18 of us.
Big group.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say what you told us, what you told the jury today and testified to was not what you have said consistently over the course of this case?
Will you elaborate?
Sure. Prior to your pleading guilty, this is not consistent with what you told police, right?
I originally was not honest with the police, correct?
In a variety of different aspects.
Yes.
Were you honest with them about the time that Matt showed up?
No, not originally,
And why not?
because we needed that 15 minutes to make the story plausible.
When you pled guilty in this case, do you remember signing a statement in advance of the plea? About what you were pleading to?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When you pled guilty, do you remember signing a statement in advance of the plea? Which would have
Yes.
had the charges? I'm sorry, I
Yes.
cut you off.
Yes,
How many versions of that statement did you see?
the statement created by the state.
The one that you signed?
I don't recall how many versions.
Was it more than one?
I don't recall.
If the court would give me 1 minute. That's fine. Just a couple of loose strands. Did you tell anyone in your family on July 12th that you were going home with Matt?
No, I did not.
Did you tell them explicitly that you were not going back with Matt?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who she told her.
Question was, did you tell them explicitly you were not going home with Matt? The answer was yes.
Them?
Yes.
An objection as to who that is.
I can surely clarify. Who is the them?
All of my family.
Kevin included?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot to do this earlier. You had a text message from your mother into the record that she was meeting Kevin for sushi.
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time that was?
Around 2 o'clock.
Evaluation. Oh, you asked what time the text was?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
That's the time you got the text message.
Yes.
When did you see your mother again after that? Do you remember what time?
Maybe around 3.
Okay. What about Kevin?
I believe I saw him walking into the house around 3 o'clock.
And did you have any interactions with him between 3 and 9:30 or 3 and 10?
I don't believe so.
We've established this earlier, but on July 12th, who lived in the home of Tracy Christ?
Tracy, myself, my children, Kevin, Rory, and Jacob.
Where was Rory when Matt was killed?
Rory was at Rachel's house.
Where was Jake when Matt was killed?
Jacob was out skateboarding with his friends.
And do you know why they were not there?
My mom told Rory to not be at the house because she didn't want Rory around Matt when he got there, whether or not he'd be angry, or she really didn't want her to be a witness or a part of it.
Okay. And what about Jake?
Jake, it just so happened that he wasn't there.
So pass on this.
Right. Counsel, let me see up here.
Talk and exhibits and throughout this trial references, and I used your name, Kate, in my opening, and it's okay with you, all right?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Williams, why don't we swear her in again, because it has been an overnight break. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, on penalty of perjury, that the testimony given in this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, back to you.
Thank you. Now, we've never met, have we?
No, we have not.
You are aware that I asked to have an interview with you through your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And you, right?
I was against it, but yes, I said no.
And I guess the point is this is the first chance I've had to ask you some questions about what went on in this case. Fair to say?
Yes.
I'm going to start. We have lots of questions. We're going to talk about lots of things now. But I want to start kind of with a 10,000-foot view of this situation and your role in it, especially as you come here as a witness for a trial. Okay?
Okay.
You had a marriage with Matt Rastelli that was falling apart. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Notwithstanding that there were good times, especially early on, right?
Correct.
As the marriage fell apart, it ultimately got to the point where, as we saw in some text, you just hated it, right?
Yes.
And you hated Matt.
Yes.
You hated your life, right?
Yes.
Now, you had reasons for that. right?
Correct.
And those reasons included you thought you were being mistreated by Matt. You thought you were being abused by Matt, right?
Correct.
We're going to get to this notion of physical, mental, sexual, whatever abuse that has come up in the history of the investigation. But whatever it is, you agree with me that you felt like that you treated each other poorly?
Yes.
He treated you poorly and you treated him poorly?
Correct.
This is not a trial about Matt. I want, however, to just sort of build up the narrative here, okay?
Okay.
You felt that he treated you poorly. You had a group of friends and families that you could communicate with, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about family first. You have a close-knit family, right?
Yes.
And you, excuse me for a moment. Make sure I should try to do this. Move the finger. For the record, I'm putting up the illustrative exhibit of the family tree. Can you see that again?
Not entirely.
How about now?
Yes, I can see it.
Your family, and I already established, was close-knit, right?
Yes.
We saw how, as a matter of fact, you would share a lot of electronic communications with them about what was going on in your life, right?
Yes.
And certainly you're being frustrated and upset, feeling whatever you meant by abused and things like that by Matt, you aired to your friends and family.
Yes.
Now might sound obvious. That's what we do with our families and friends, I suppose. But you did that in text messages, right?
Yes.
And we see all these text messages, but let's be clear, you know how to use a telephone, right? You called, right?
Correct.
You called your family a lot, right?
Yes.
Now, we'll get to this interesting feature of some of the phone calls that you recorded in this case, but of course, this jury doesn't get to hear all the things you told your family on phone calls, but you made phone calls, right?
Yes.
And you aired your grievances to your family,
Yes.
and you knew their family sided with you on your irritations with Matt, right?
Yes.
And that helps explain why they would call him crappy and use poop emojis and things like that, right? They were trying to support you in your position that Matt was treating you poorly. Isn't that a fair characterization?
Yes. And they had also seen it firsthand.
And they've seen it firsthand, right? So while we're on the subject, let's get to that. So let's talk about the Disney event. You had talked about this time where at least somehow in the course of a Disney vacation happened in a room that you weren't at, but your understanding was that your sister Tara Lynn believed it resulted in her believing that Matt was striking the kids in spanking them or whatever in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Again, this isn't a trial about Matt, but Matt was a heavy drinker, right?
Yes, he was.
And the point is that your family knew that.
Yes.
They knew that from seeing it, right?
Correct.
And how he would act if he was drinking, like many people do, right?
Correct.
And it would exacerbate his unpredictability, fair to say?
Yes.
It would exacerbate, and they could see how readily he might be angry,
Correct.
what the extent and that anger could result in.
Yes.
And so whenever, and this is probably especially Tara Lynn, right? Because Tara Lynn was living in California and had a chance to have more personal contact with you guys, right?
Yes.
Tara Lynn is quite a communicator, isn't she?
I would say so.
She really shares the information around through the family, fair to say?
Around the family, I feel like it's more my mother and myself.
Let's go quickly to that, because this web of your family, while you may mainly communicate with Tara Lynn and your mother, Tracy, those two are avid spreaders of information. Agreed?
No,
You don't think so, that your mother just shares almost everything she gets and with the rest of the family?
no, she doesn't share it with the rest of the family.
How do you know that?
I don't know that.
We have, that we can of course ask them. Tara Lynn too, sharing information with the rest of the family.
I don't know if she shares it with the rest of the family.
We saw this evidence yesterday where you actually create links and group texts having to do with the tracking device that you would put in Matt's car, right?
Yes.
There's
I would-
lots of group texts between you all where you're all on sharing information and including especially information about Matt, right?
Not always about Matt.
Not always, but sometimes you would share your grievances in group format, right?
Not with the entire family.
So you're, at the least, you acknowledge that you don't know how much of what you tell Tracy and Tara Lynn then gets out to everybody.
Correct.
And the everybody is Tim, and especially Kevin and Rachel, who are in Utah, right?
Correct.
The Utah contingent, we've got Rachel, Tara Lynn, Kevin, Rachel, Tracy, Kevin, and Tim are your family members, siblings, except for your mother, Tracy, who are in Utah.
Jacob and Ari are also in Utah.
Jacob and Ari are too. They live in the house at the relevant times, especially in this case, with Tracy and Kevin, right?
Yes.
And so as this marriage of yours is dissolving, is reaching the state that we've heard about already, and you're sharing your grievances with the family, you ultimately come out, really just run away from California, right?
Yes.
Now you ran away, at least you've told police and others that you ran away because of domestic abuse. Agreed?
Yes.
Domestic violence. Agreed?
You would have to define domestic violence.
We'll get to it, but if those were your words, what does that mean? When you're telling people you were a victim of domestic violence and had to flee, or what did you mean?
I never stated that he hit me.
So when you use the word domestic violence, you didn't think somebody was going to take that to mean he struck you?
It was other forms of abuse.
But my point is, if you were use the word domestic violence,
Would sexual abuse be considered domestic violence?
well, I ask the questions, but you use the words domestic violence when you described why you had to flee from Matt, right?
Yes.
And you don't know what someone would take that to mean. If you didn't mean hitting, certainly the rest of your family, when you called it domestic violence, might think you were being hit, right?
Possibly.
And you described the abuse as something that was such that when you ran away from California, you were afraid that Matt might chase you down.
Yes, I was.
So I think you have called it scared shitless he was going to come out and hurt you.
Absolutely.
And those are things, again, that you shared with the family, and the family knew your situation when you fled here, right?
Correct.
Now, that doesn't mean it's true, but that's what you said to the people in your family when you fled from California, and then you arrived in Utah, right?
Yes.
Then, overall, again, from a higher view here, is you've run away from an abusive husband. And in fact, it happens to be that when you did that, Tara Lynn, it was actually Tara Lynn's idea to put a tracker in, right?
Yes.
To put this thing that they had gotten at Disney to track kids. She still had this air tag. I don't call it a tracker. It's an air tag. But that was to know where Matt would be, assuming that he was in the truck, right?
Yes.
So Tara Lynn is saying we better track where Matt is in case he chases us, right? That's one thought you guys had. What if he gets the and chases after us? One is to know if he otherwise later comes. This is what was in what you and Tara Lynn talked about, is the need for knowing where Matt was, right?
Correct.
One was if he would falsely say the truck was stolen or towed, which he actually did, which turned out not to be true, right? Because you could tell from the tracker if he was being a potential threat or saying something was false. Fair to say?
Yes.
Now, Tara Lynn, okay, strike that, sorry. So this is the aura and the circumstance and what the family knows as you come fleeing to Utah. You didn't talk to the family, however, about everything you talked with your mom about, right?
Correct.
A lot of this, if the family knows it, is being filtered through Tracy, if she's saying it, right?
Correct.
Now, you get there and we've heard about the lead up. Matt was expressed being very angry at this circumstance where you took off without telling him, right?
Yes.
And do you agree that that's understandable on Matt's part?
Yes.
But he did express a great amount of anger to you and your mother, and wanted things like addresses, and said you crossed the final line, right?
Yes.
So now we're in a situation where, true or not, this family circumstance in the milieu is wondering what's going to happen and how Matt might react.
Yes.
Couple weeks go by, you're engaged in discussions and plans and stuff about how you could actually make it final. You could stay here, keep the kids, and not have to return to the marriage, right?
Correct.
Now, there's a variety of ideas that are bantered about. Agreed?
Yes.
Now, look, those were all thoughts and plans and ideas that you and your mom were working together on, right?
Yes.
There's certainly, you're not involving in that regard your whole family. You're not talking to your sisters about these various plans to try to make this permanent.
I was talking to Carolyn and Rachel. Yes.
Carolyn or Rachel, that you didn't want to go back?
Correct.
That, again, these are people that are, at least at this point, have heard that among the reasons are you're suffering domestic abuse, right?
Yes.
Let's get to that. You brought up sexual. I mean, you described to all these people that you're being sexually abused by Matt.
Yes.
Now, I said, what do you mean by sexual abuse? You would tell Tara Lynn that you were being raped, right?
He would force me to have sex with him, yes.
But usually it's the word rape.
Isn't that what rape is? Forcing somebody to have sex with them?
Once again, I asked the questions, but you used the word rape in connection with what you were suffering at the hands of Matt.
Yes.
But Matt, in reality, Matt didn't rape you.
I disagree.
Okay, so these are the discussions you're having with the family about the severity of your need to remain in Utah and to not have Matt in your life, right?
Correct.
All right. So your plans with your mother, and we've heard your mother is quite excitable, right? I mean, she talks tough, fair to say?
I'm sorry, say that again?
She talks tough.
Yes.
I'll go out. I'll just drive out there and strangle him myself, she would say, right?
Yes.
And sometimes discussions were had with all of you in person or different family members in person, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes I would be over at the house, in your mother's house, right?
Yes.
Where Kevin.
Yes.
Now, Kevin mostly was hanging out. Kevin really didn't have a job, right?
Correct.
And was kind of beholden to Tracy, your mother, right?
I'm sorry?
He didn't have money. He kind of was beholden to asking her for money, having her buy food and things like that, right?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, what Kevin was is a really, really good pool player.
Yes, he was.
And that was his passion, and he would borrow dues for the pool, and pool meaning billiards, pool, and things like that from his mother so he could do it.
Yes, as far as I knew.
We might unpack this again a little later, but I mean, Kevin would express shame about that role, wouldn't he?
He never expressed it to me.
Well, you knew that he, as a matter of fact, and we'll get to it, and I think maybe addressed it a little bit on direct. And I'm sorry if I forget whether things were on direct to that age, but this notion that he would tell his mom he felt worthless.
Yes, she shared that with me.
That so much so that he felt he really didn't have a place on this earth. And suicide.
Correct.
That was related to, in part, because he was pretty despondent about a breakup with the girlfriend he had in Illinois.
I don't know the reason why he felt suicidal.
You just knew that he would express feelings of worthlessness and suicide, right?
Correct.
And again, when we unpack in more detail these events of the night in question when Matt was murdered, as you say, by you. You had actually even talked with your mother about her belief that she could use that to manipulate Kevin. Right?
I don't believe so. I'm sorry, state that again.
Well, for instance, she would say, Kevin's suicidal. We could just have Kevin go out there and kill Matt and kill himself.
She had said that out loud, yes.
So, really, do you agree that that's an example of somebody who thinks they can manipulate their son's mental state to cause him to do something that you guys would like, or at least she would like to see done?
Absolutely.
You seem to work up while you're out there to coming up with various plans and ideas and attempts to not have to deal with your life with Matt, not have to go back to California. Some of them were delay tactics you've described, right?
Correct.
Apparently by a divorce lawyer who even suggested delay tactics.
Yes, sir.
some, and that continued to go on until as you have agreed that after the discussion with the lawyer the day before, you felt, I think, you told one of your friends in the text, you felt fucked,
Correct.
hopeless.
Yes.
Wasn't going to be a legal way for you to get wanted, right?
Correct.
And is that then, in your mind, the time that you believe you entered into a conspiracy with your mother to enact a plan to lure Matt to Utah?
It happened about 2 weeks before the lawyer's conversation.
Well, let's talk about that. Maybe I'll unpack it later. At the time that you felt hopeless, then you already had like what, a plan B or D or C that involved getting Matt killed?
Yes.
Say 2 weeks before. What do you mean?
There was discussions about how we could get him out here and could make it look like self-defense.
2 weeks before.
Yes, sir.
We may go through some of your prior statements in that regard later, but I'll stick with that for now. I mean, that didn't start that plan, whatever. By the way, when you had those discussions, it was just you and Tracy, right?
I believe so.
I mean, you remember, you in fact would sometimes leave your electronic devices somewhere so the two of you could talk and there wouldn't be a chance that it would be overheard.
Correct.
Out in the yard and things like that, right?
Correct.
These were never discussed with any of your family members, right?
The plan to murder him? No.
The plan to lure him out so he could be heard.
It was discussed with my mom and Kevin and myself.
Well, let's get to Kevin. What do you mean discuss?
More into the mic. You're getting really faint, please.
Sure.
What do you mean discuss with Kevin? Kevin's never around.
He was around sometimes and he would be a part of those discussions.
You're saying now to this jury, in this trial, that Kevin involved himself personally in discussions about luring Matt and hurting him?
Yes.
As we're going to find, that's news to me. When was that? When was it that Kevin was involved with discussions?
After sushi, I know that he sat down with us and had that discussion.
Well, we're going to get to that too, also news. But you said that weeks before you're putting together a plan, whether it's A, B, C, or D, with your mother to lure him out and have him killed. Your mom's actually saying she'd do it, right?
Yes.
She'd shoot him. That's what she's telling you, right?
Yes.
Let's be clear. You're not telling this jury that Kevin was part of any of that discussion, right?
He did have a part in a discussion, yes.
Well, let's nail it down. When? I mean,
After sushi.
let's define what weeks are versus days. I'm trying to nail down when you decide in your mind to conspire to have Matt killed with the plan that you and your mother are developing. It's just you and your mother developing, and it's your position that it's after sushi that Kevin is somehow involved for the very first time. Can we agree on that?
No. Because Kevin knew what was going on.
How do you know what he knew? I mean, you've told the police a million times that you didn't talk. You said right to this jury, you didn't talk to him, you didn't text him, you didn't communicate with him,
But
etc.
my mother did.
Well, how do you know what your mother told him?
You're right. I don't know.
Now, your mother has been described, and I think maybe even by you, as a mastermind. When you talk to these police in your interviews and such, you talk to her about being the mastermind of this. it being her idea, right?
Yes,
So you're admitting that if you think that Kevin's involved, it's because you assume your mother somehow got him involved. Can we agree on that?
sure.
Because you have never even told by Tracy never even told you that he bought in, was informed, or did anything with her knowledge. In other words, not even your mother told you what she ever told Kevin, right?
Not what happened at sushi, but I know that she had discussed it with him.
How do you know you've never been in the presence of your mother talking?
Correct.
You've told police, didn't you, that you, in fact, the scenario was your mother seemed to isolate you and Kevin in this and say, I'll talk to Kevin, and she talked to you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
You never talked to Kevin, right?
correct,
And you're never present when your mother talks to Kevin, right?
correct.
So these things you're talking about involving Kevin and any knowledge he has are not first person. You're not present with Kevin for any of it.
There was one conversation where I was present with Kevin and my mother.
Enlighten me. We'll get to the fact of why I'm surprised to hear that. What?
It was after sushi. When they came back, when she told me I'm going to sushi with Kevin, they both came back. We had a little bit of a discussion and that was it.
Okay, we're going to get to a timeline then to understand that, but let's just place it in time for this trial now. That happened at a time after some sort of sushi lunch occurred, right?
Correct?
For instance, by the way, you don't know that anybody had a sushi lunch except for Tracy telling you she went to lunch with Kevin, right?
Correct?
You didn't go.
No, I did not.
You didn't talk to Kevin about going to sushi.
When they came back, I knew that they both went to sushi
And you knew that why?
because they discussed it.
They.
Kevin and my mother
In the,
out in the yard.
during this time period where you told police you never saw Kevin from 5 to 9, right?
I was mistaken that yes, I did see Kevin after sushi.
So we have another version today. And your explanation is that you were mistaken when you told police in hours of interviews connected to your plea agreement where you were supposed to be truthful?
It's
Just left
a
that out?
it's a very traumatizing thing. And yes, I may have forgotten about it.
You're admitting then that it's new today, that you're now today saying for the first time you had a conversation with Kevin about this. Are you admitting that?
Yes,
Let me stop for a second and establish, if I can, what occasions that you have engaged in communications and interviews with law enforcement. After you entered into, well, in connection with what you hoped would be a plea deal, we'll get to what you achieved in that plea deal, but you were able to meet in a room and have an interview, right?
yes,
And that was with your lawyer
yes,
and prosecutors
yes,
and Detective Nordine.
correct.
Detective Nordine, I rarely get to do this. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Where is he sitting?
He is sitting behind the prosecutors.
With the badge. So you've got,
Yes.
he's the case agent.
Yes,
So you have this debrief, right? And we're going to get to how it was set up and whether you were supposed to tell the truth, the whole truth, answer all the questions. But that occurs in a room, a conference room type place, right?
yes,
Then you have another meeting in December, I think it's December 18th, where they engage you in a Zoom meeting from the prison, right?
yes.
Have you talked to him since December 18th?
No,
No preparation for today's trial?
briefly right before I come in yesterday
Where was that?
in the holding cell.
And you
My
met,
attorney came and talked to me.
not with the prosecutors.
No, sir.
Again, we'll pack this more, but trying to stay on this narrative of the overall events and your role. Whatever the timing of things for your conspiracy to kill Matt, after it happened, you, of course, lied to police.
Yes.
After it happened, you, of course, lied directly to Matthew's mother
Yes.
and his brother.
I never spoke with his brother.
You know that Tracy did, right?
I was not aware.
You guys, have you heard the recordings of calls with Diane and Mark where there's whispering in the background so much so that even Diane says, I can tell your mother's feeding you questions. Do you remember that one?
I was not aware that Mark was on the telephone call.
Okay. But you and Tracy are together when you're having these calls
Yes, I said that yesterday.
and you're covering it up. You're not telling the truth about things that happen, right?
Correct.
And you get to be out of custody and not charged with anything for 3.5 months until October 29th, right?
Correct.
When you were finally arrested and charged with being part of the murder.
Correct.
In the course of those proceedings, you get to see the reports and the evidence and transcripts of other hearings that might have happened, evidentiary hearings where people like your sister and others testified, right?
Correct.
And you get all that and it's pretty clear to you that you're cooked, that you conspired, lured Matt in with precious phone calls about see you soon, doors open, et cetera. And you're guilty and you're gonna get convicted of the murder.
I don't believe I received, I'm not sure on when I received the transcripts as to when I took the plea deal.
Fair enough, you had him at the time you did the interviews with the police, right?
Yes, I did.
Or with the prosecutor. You arrange for excuse me. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we have to admit him. You arrange for trying to get a plea bargain, right?
I wanted to tell the truth.
You arrange for a plea.
Yes, I came to my attorney and I said, I want to tell the truth.
You get told the truth without a plea bargain, right?
I could have.
I believe we have a stipulation and agreement that defense exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 would be are admissible.
State concurs.
All right. Defense exhibits 1 through 4 are admitted without objection.
for the record and the benefit of the description, in the exhibit list, exhibit 1 is a letter that we'll call an offer letter from the county attorney's office. Exhibit 2 is what we'll call a proffer letter.
On that,
It's June 6th. Thank you, Your Honor. May 16th is the offer letter,
right, so May 16th is the offer.
exhibit 1.
Hold on, let me get my pen. What year? 2025,
2025. Thank you, Faye.
and then May, and then June, what was the?
June 6, 2025 is in Catherine Nastelli's proffer to her lawyer on the lawyer's letterhead. Then there is exhibit 3, which is called the grant of use immunity document. Signed May 19th of 2025. And defendants 4 is what I'll describe as a written statement by Ms. Rastelli in the pre-sentencing process, which would have been created in connection with the pre-sentence report. Appears to be dated July 16th, 2025.
Thank you.
At any rate, I mean, you didn't call him up and said you want to tell the truth. You had your attorney see if he could get your plea bargain, right?
Yes.
And in response to that, the state made your plea bargain, right?
Correct.
Can we put 1 up? I'm going to test our ability to put this for the first time. Right, do you see exhibit 1 in your screen, Kate?
Yes.
Request to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you may publish it.
No objection for the state on 1 through 4 on publishing.
Thank you. This is what we're calling the offer letter. Your attorney, apparently pretty skilled, he gets them to offer you a plea deal that would reduce the murder to a second-degree felony from a first-degree felony, right?
Correct.
Now, you certainly understood the difference. That
Just
a
explain to me.
second-degree felony has an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 15 years, whereas a first-degree felony, and if it's a murder, is 15 or even 20 years to life in prison, right?
Correct.
You move from 20 to life to 1 to 15 is your indeterminate sentence. You knew that was going to be part of the plea bargain that the government gave to the person who lured Matt to his death, right?
Correct.
And some other included that you would plead to some other things. And one of them had to be conspiracy. They're saying if you want your deal to get that reduction, then you got to plead to conspiracy too, right?
Correct.
Now, the conspiracy you understood, you had a lawyer, you ran all this through your lawyer, right?
Correct.
And I think you agreed that he provided you good assistance, right?
Yes, he did.
I think he answered all your questions and he felt you understood the legal process and the fact process and the plea bargaining process, right?
Correct.
So with these other offenses, again, they're reduced. Now, the felony discharge of a weapon, that one says felony 1, right?
Correct.
Now, felony 1 is 5 to life, correct?
Correct.
However, there are matrices that give you an idea, at least, of what kind of sentence might result from one kind of plea, right?
Correct.
And in reality, even though that third-degree felony, number 3 felony, first degree, F1, even though that's an F1, 5 to life, under your sentencing at the board, the matrix that's going to mostly apply is the second-degree murder, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You've got a matrix that applies in it, and it shows what the likely sentences might be from the board of pardons for various offense levels, right?
Correct.
I'm on the subject. Let's do it. May I approach?
Yes, you have an ongoing.
Thank you. We're just talking, sort of in generalities, and there's no, I'm sorry. That's the ring. Move for admission of defendants 5.
No objection.
Objection? No objection.
Correct.
Exhibit 5 is admitted without objection.
So let's put 5 up as we talk about what this offer letter means for you that the state's willing to give you. It's this, as it comes up, as we're getting it up, it's a matrix. It was part of your pre-sentence report, right?
Correct.
And what we were talking about in terms of time is if you look down on the matrix as they being pre-sentence report preparers, and your lawyer was speaking to you about this as you indicated, there's this square around 108 months, right?
Correct.
That's because you were allowed to plead to a second-degree felony, right, that resulted in death, right? Now,
Yes.
and you were shown that if you go over here to first-degree murder, which is what you're charged with at the time, that's 11 years more, 240 months, right?
Correct.
Right, could we go back to the proper letter, exhibit 1? The offer letter. So entering a plea deal at this point at least gives you the idea that you might get, which is 11 more Christmases by entering a plea deal, right? Out of custody.
Correct.
You don't know. Your lawyer explained that this is an indeterminate sentencing state, right?
Correct.
So it's actually in the hands of the Board of Pardons,
Yes, it
how
is.
long you actually did.
Yes.
And that matrix is to give you an idea. We're talking about how that gives you an idea about the difference between murder and second-degree felony that you were allowed to plead to. But there could be board hearings where the parole board actually varies from that to some extent for some reason.
Absolutely, to my understanding.
People can go talk at those and ask to be longer than 108 months, right?
Correct.
And people can come and say, you know what, she did a good job testifying, and as the state of Utah, we think she should get consideration for that. And they can actually help advocate for you to get your 108 months later. The government can, right?
That's news to me.
Let's go back to what you had to do to get this from the government. This is what the government says. That you have to give a full and complete proffer of evidence through your attorney. This says Mike Brown. I didn't redact this, but fine attorney. And the idea is that you're supposed to give him an idea, and then he's going to give the government an idea of how what your testimony would be, right?
Say that again.
That was terrible when I ran on and on. I apologize. number one in the offer that's contingent. You don't get this offer, you don't get this plea bargain unless you undertake a proffer of information through your attorney. You give the government some information, right?
Yes.
Okay. I hope that was a little better. And you see right there that it has to be deemed truthful.
Yes.
Now, look, you know at this point that you're charged with conspiracy, right?
Yes.
And that the conspiracy you're charged with under the government's position involves your mother, right?
Yes.
And we'll keep unpacking this, but you make very clear that your mother was the driving force in this conspiracy, right?
Yes.
And then you know that they've charged Kevin. They changed his charge and added on the conspiracy when they charged you and your mother, right?
I was not aware of Kevin's charges.
You didn't know Kevin was charged with conspiracy?
Yes, I knew that Kevin was charged with conspiracy after reading over paperwork I received.
And in fairness, we'll get to this and refresh your recollection if need be, but you had seen transcripts of evidentiary hearings that involved Kevin's conspiracy case when you gave your statement, right?
I had seen the pretrial.
They call it preliminary hearing, right?
Oh, yes.
That's fine, but the point is it's evidence, testimony, the state's case is aired, it's aired to a judge. It's a preliminary hearing, but it has a lot of information. It's a transcript, it's a couple hundred pages, right?
Yes.
Now, you knew, because you about your charges that included you have to be in a conspiracy, you have to agree to do this with someone else, right?
Yes.
Could be one other person, right?
Yes.
Or more.
Yes.
Then, according to this document, the government says, we'll receive the proffer, and if it's determined to be truthful, we'll send you an immunity letter, right?
Yes, I believe I got the immunity letter the same time I received this paper.
Even though it's dated different, that's for the record, Exhibit 3. Immunity means we'll not charge you in relation to what you tell us, right? That's your understanding of it.
Correct?
And if you have said false things previously, we won't charge you, right?
Yes.
However, it says, if when you get on a witness stand and we think you're not telling the truth, you could be charged with perjury.
Correct.
So I still need one. So then the third contingency is a formal interview to be conducted of Mr. Estelli by detectives at the American Fort Police Department. That's the third one, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you need to do to get this plea deal in this reduction.
Yes.
Sorry. Let's talk about what you told them in that first step, the proffer. Through your attorney, this is defendants too, you provided some information on what you might tell them in an interview, fair to say?
Yes.
You, among those items of information that were iterated, you gave an idea about the fact that you spoke about your relationship with Matt and your relationship with your mother and confiding about your marital issues and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Can we get two up?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me put two in front of you. Sorry. You tell, through your attorney, you tell the government, well, here's what I know. Here's the information I have. One, Tracy Grist is the mother of Catherine Rastelli. Right?
Yes.
Everybody knew that. Number two, Kevin Ellis is the brother of Catherine Rastelli. Right?
Yes.
Hardly news. Number three, Matthew Rastelli, the deceased, is the husband of Catherine Rastelli.
Yes.
Then we get to four, Catherine and Matt had marital issues leading up to Catherine moving from her home in California with Matt to her mother's home in Utah. Tracy Grist is Catherine Rastelli's mother, right?
Yes.
During Catherine and the marriage, Catherine would confide in Tracy Grist about marital issues.
Yes.
Aside from that, aside from Tracy, Catherine never discussed her relationship with Kevin Ellis or other family members. On occasion, however, Catherine would discuss her struggles with Tara. That's Tara Lynn, right?
Yes.
Now, we already talked about how information proliferated through your. Let's go to 7. When Catherine moved to Utah to live with her mother, Tracy, it became apparent Tracy wanted to remove Matt from Catherine's life. Right?
Yes.
Tracy wanted to remove Matt from your life.
Yes.
You did too.
Yes, it did.
And according to this offer that the government needs to decide is truthful, you otherwise didn't tell any of that to Kevin. Agreed? Platt says you didn't communicate with Kevin.
Yes.
8, Catherine believes Matt and Tracy have never gotten along well. That's, by the way, clear from the evidence you saw yesterday, right?
Yes.
That Tracy has issues with men and wanted to act against Matt. This information you had your lawyer send over is just Tracy doesn't like men?
I believe so.
Doesn't like what?
Men. Thank you, Your Honor. Large group of folks that cannot stand the fact that sometimes I mumble, so please call me out. And so she wanted to act against Matt in action which Tracy initiated, right?
Yes.
Instigated and planned, right?
Yes.
The first thing you tell the government is that Tracy is the instigator, planner, and mastermind of this, right?
Yes.
And she would, and I'll start to paraphrase because these are in evidence, but that Tracy would talk about being violent to Matt, removing from the situation, but you didn't really think she'd follow through, right?
No, I didn't.
And that's what you put in here. Tracy would make mention of her intentions in passing, but not in any concerted effort, or Catherine and Tracy and Kevin would meet to discuss the plan. However, in retrospect, Tracy proved to be true to her word, right?
Yes.
All this is Tracy do what she would do, what she wanted to do. Tracy would be word. the name Kevin's not in there, right? Catherine and Kevin never discussed any criminal actions toward Matt. This is the very first thing you say about Kevin. Number 10 in your proffer letter that has to be deemed to be true, or you don't get your plea deal from the government, the only ones that can give you a plea deal. Catherine, and Catherine's you, right?
Yes.
And Kevin never discussed any criminal actions toward Matt. That's what it says, right?
Yes.
And what's your position? Is this document, that there's a proffer that has to be believed by the government to get a plea deal, true? Did you tell the truth to the government?
I forgot that he was there after sushi.
You are racking your mind to tell the government what you're going to say to them, who's prosecuting Kevin Ellis for a conspiracy with you, and you have now forgotten until trial that you have evidence to the contrary?
I don't have evidence.
Well, fair enough. We've already established it. You don't have evidence. You're just uttering it. But when you wrote this document, did you rack your brain and tell your attorney everything so he could do a proffer? And
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
all right. You didn't lie to your lawyer, did you?
No.
Tracy acted as the intermediary and would only make mentions of things to Tracy, but then Tracy would meet with Kevin. Here we are again, right in the first proffer, you are describing this intermediary position of Tracy. Tracy is working with you on her plan, and then she is doing whatever you don't know with Kevin.
Yes.
11 describes some of the things that were done in preparation for Matt's arrival on July 12th, right?
I do not have 11. I have 1 through 8, and then it goes right to 18.
Oh, sorry. Are we able to page to that? And thanks for catching that, because that's the one marked with an exhibit sticker. I'll have to fix that. So now we can just show it on the screen and I can walk through. I can scan her. It's not working when we publish. Not published. Sorry, it's on our screen, but not published. Is there something we need to do? All right, once again, this exhibit, I've been running through you with 10. I'm sorry that you don't have that. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes.
All right. We already established in paragraph 10 about Tracy being an intermediary. You never discussed any criminal actions towards Matt with Kevin. Then you start to describe what happened on July 12th. And it says Tracy removed the magnetic screen door where he would enter. And why? That it would make it so Matt could enter the home more easily, right?
Correct.
Now, it's Tracy who did that.
Yes.
On this proffer. Now, when you interviewed, you acknowledged you and Tracy both did that, right?
I never removed the screen door.
No, fair enough. We're just on screen door here. But in terms of preparation, blankets, moving toys, screen door and all that, you were present.
Yes.
Kevin was not.
Correct.
So that's 12 and 13 is the toys and such. This says Tracy mentioned to Stephanie after the fact that if Stephanie wanted a photo of a body, Tracy would have to take a picture of Matt's body and give it to her. Let's talk a little bit about that. That's Tracy Slocum, right?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Stephanie Slocum, right?
correct?
Thanks. Stephanie Slocum is somebody that you had met and talked to about this case online, right?
Yes,
That's through this box called Discord, this platform. You can tell my age. It's a platform where people communicate and do whatever they do, tell stories, sort of like as if you could go sit in a room with everybody, right?
and also Instagram, yes.
It's like Instagram, and you can pop in and out, and I'm really sorry because I'm sure I don't understand it, but I'm just trying to establish where you meet Slocum. Do you know that Slocum has testified in the hearing before, where she called you her best friend?
I know that she testified, yes.
You saw
I
her
do not-
transcript,
Yes, and I was appalled at her lies.
because she's just full of it, right? She didn't tell the truth about almost anything that she says you and she talked about, right?
She told the truth on some things, but most things I was shocked that she said.
Let's talk about the things, though. Sorry, I get tangential, but while we're on the subject, Discord and everything else, I don't want to forget. I mean, you're on there all the time. You are constantly on Discord, Instagram, and other things as well, right?
Throughout the day, yes.
And how many, there's hundreds of entries on your phone download of you being on Discord where you're sharing stories and talking to people, right?
Yes,
And smoking pot.
yes,
One of the things you do, you get on Discord, you'd all get in there and you all smoke pot together and then you talk.
yes.
But focus on, you said that Stephanie did say some true things. For instance, when you started talking about Matt and your life and your abuse on Discord, right?
Yes,
You really expressed to these people that you were a victim of abuse and rape and things like that, right?
yes,
And you did a pretty good job to the extent that even some of the males on there would express, where's he live? I'll protect you from him. I'll go get him. Tell me his name, things like that, right?
I don't ever recall them saying that.
Well, Stephanie recalled it. Are you saying she's lying?
Yes,
So are you saying you didn't say any of that stuff?
I'm not saying I didn't say any of that stuff. I'm saying the men on there.
And here's my
React.
point. Sorry to interrupt you. Here's my point. You could tell stories that could get men to react on Discord. Agreed? Can we agree with that?
Sure.
So that's where the Stephanie reference in here comes up. And it's to the point that Stephanie had this sort of obsession with crime and gory details. Agreed?
She did.
You had to talk about that you'd even send a picture of Matt's dead body to her if she wanted it, right?
I did not say that. No,
You'd have Tracy send it?
I did not. Those words never came out of my mouth.
Tracy, number 14. Your mom had mentioned to Stephanie, that Slocum, after the fact, meaning after Matt was murdered, that if Stephanie wanted a photo of the body, that's Matt's body, right?
Yes,
That your mom would take a picture of the body, right?
yes. My mother said those words. I never said that to Stephanie.
Yeah. So you are, it says 15. Kevin was suicidal. Your mom utilized and mentioned that. This is all in connection with the conspiracy for murder. That Tracy took advantage of Kevin's mental issues in relation to hurting Matt. Fair to say?
Yes,
And then, I guess, I don't know if you hope for this or what, that Kevin could just commit suicide.
no, I would never hope for that.
And yet, discussions about manipulating Kevin's mental state to include that after he did something that Tracy and you would like to see happen, Tracy expressed that maybe he just commit suicide. That's what this means, right?
She said it more as a joke,
So
and
you,
she said it. It made me sad that she would say that.
that, wasn't it?
Yes.
Their mother would talk about her desire to help you get Matt killed to the effect that she could manipulate her son, especially since he's suicidal. That's kind of morbid, isn't it?
It is very morbid.
Then we get to paragraph 16, which has to do with using the AirTag trace, right?
Yes.
We've already discussed, at least in your mind, yours and Tara Lynn's mind. And once again, Tara Lynn is never in on this idea of hurting Matt.
Correct.
You agree, Tara Lynn is a good person. She would not engage in
Correct.
helping you hurt Matt.
Correct.
And she could only know about Matt and what Matt does or says to you or abuses you from you, right?
I sent her voice recordings.
But you recorded Matt on when he was explosive, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you also sent Tara Lynn communications that were from Matt that seemed abusive, right?
Yes.
We have some of them in the trial. I think we're going to maybe introduce their thumbnails and some of the exhibits that you had where you're saying, look what Matt's saying. You're stoking this situation with Tara Lynn about what Matt is doing and how he treats you, right?
Define stoking.
Oh, you are presenting her with stuff that's inflammatory.
Inflammatory.
Yes,
Define inflammatory.
flame, stoking. I get an emotional reaction out of the person you're sharing it with.
Yes.
Got that reaction. Tara Lynn reacted.
She did.
Anyway, we're getting to what happened. AirTag, paragraph 16. Tracy instructed Catherine to stay upstairs. Don't come down when he arrived. The plan was either Kevin or Tracy, if needed, would shoot Matt with the gun and place the knife in his hand to sell the story of Matt being the aggressor, right?
Correct.
Right. Kevin or Tracy, we're going to return to this a number of times. It's Tracy telling you that either she'll kill him or Kevin will.
Yes.
But there is no time that she ever told you Kevin's in on doing it, right?
She told me, yes, that Kevin was willing to do it.
So that the fact that you have repeated, we'll get to, have told the government that Tracy never told you what she did and talked about with Kevin is now changing at the trial?
I don't think that she did tell me
I know what
that
your assertion is.
she and Kevin had a discussion and that if Kevin didn't want to do it, she would do it.
Now, that's not what this says, right? She doesn't say, this proffer never says that Tracy told you anything she talked to Kevin about. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
All right. 17 talks about how, you've already said, Matt didn't bring that knife. You've
Correct.
been shown that knife. Because she and Tracy had the knife prior to Matt's arrival that day. And Tracy would likely put the knife in Matt's hand, right?
I do not know who put the knife in his hand
I'm aware
because I was upstairs.
You don't know.
You're right.
You told the government that your understanding from communicating with Tracy, it's only Tracy, you've never communicated with Kevin on the subject, that Tracy would put the knife in his hand.
Yes.
Doesn't say Kevin, doesn't say Tracy and Kevin, it just says Tracy, right?
Yes.
And then here's the final paragraph. Catherine never discussed any details about shooting Matt with Tracy.
Yes.
The end is italicized. The point is, You're never talking about this plan with Tracy and Kevin at the same time. Right?
Yes.
You thought long, you thought hard about trying to get a deal that could save all of this time in prison for you, what the government would need and want to hear. And you said, among the things we just discovered, that you, Catherine, never discussed any details about shooting Matt with Tracy and Kevin together. Never, right?
That's what it says. Yes.
Well, and that's what you caused to be given in the way of truthful information to the government the very first time, right?
Yes.
And you thought long, you thought hard, you had discussions with your lawyer about making sure that the information you give to the government would be relevant and material to the charges that they're bringing not only against you, but Kevin
Yes.
and your mom.
Yes.
Let's get to the other point I made. And I apologize to you and everyone in the room if I'm seem to be belaboring this, but the next line is Tracy, your mother, wouldn't discuss the details with you, only that there was a plan going on and that Tracy, would speak to Kevin about the details, right? That's what that says.
Yes.
That's because of what you knew, right?
Yes.
That's because that's what happened, right? She distanced you and Kevin. She kept you on prongs of her plan. I'll talk to Kevin. I'm not going to tell you what I'm talking to him about. But here, let's talk about our plan. You'll lure him in, et cetera. We've heard what your plan, your guys' plan ended up being. Never you and Kevin together. Tracy's in there directing the conversation. You have no closure with Kevin on it. You don't know what she's telling him. That's
Correct.
what you meant to say here, right?
Yeah.
Now, we already established in Exhibit 1 that the first part of getting this deal was that, according to the prosecutors, it had to be truthful, right?
Yes.
Well, here's what happened. You received an immunity letter, right?
Yes, it did.
And then the prosecutor who said what you said, what we just went over had to be truthful, arranged to have you interviewed, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, presumably determined that that proper was truthful. They set up the interview, and I think it is on June. In June. June 12th, y'all get together in the room and you have this discussion in this interview with the prosecutors, and certainly they are free in that interview to ask you any question they want, right?
Yes.
You told them that it'd be truthful.
Yes.
You understood that they're going to have to believe it for you to get your deal still, right?
Yes.
Let's run through what is or isn't said in that interview. Your interview to get the deal. I'm going to focus on questions that had to do with Kevin, but also what you said about Tracy being the mastermind, okay?
Okay.
having given the proper that we just went over, when you get to the subject, speaking with Detective Nordine and the prosecutors, sorry. You again reiterated to the prosecutors this notion that you don't know that there were any conversations with Kevin about this plan, right?
I was only present for the one after sushi.
Well, you agree, as you sit here today, you've never said there was we've already established you said there wasn't any conversations in your proffer letter. You remember telling the police when you had your I must be truthful to get my deal meeting that there was never any meeting with Kevin.
Yes.
What you described about Kevin on that day, in fact, was that on the 12th, Kevin was in his room the whole time. You don't remember even seeing him. You remember that?
Correct.
This is what you told the government in the meeting you had where you had to tell the truth to get your deal, right?
Correct.
By the way, this is now, you've had between the May offer letter, you've had a month to get ready to remember, to prepare to give them all the information you have. Certainly do. Talk to about your plan to murder your husband. And who was involved in what happened. You've had all that time to prepare for the meeting, right?
Correct.
And at this point in time, you've had a whole long time since you are arrested and charged with this crime, right?
Yes.
And again, you reiterated to the police, at least, this notion that your mother went to sushi with Kevin, right? Remember that subject came out.
Yes.
But what you told them in this meeting is you don't know what was said with sushi.
I don't know what was said at sushi.
You weren't there.
You're right.
And since you don't know what was said, not only do you not know because you didn't go, you don't know because your mom didn't tell you.
Right.
Mom never said anything. The belief is there's this sushi meeting. Now, they went to sushi all the time, right?
I don't know.
And they go have lunch. You're not there. Your mom doesn't tell you what was said there. Can we agree that that's what you told the government?
Yes.
And flatly said to the government that she went there where she could have a private conversation without involving you.
Correct.
Your whole impression of the thing is your mom is setting up a time she can talk to Kevin, and you won't know anything about what was said or done.
Correct.
I think you told this jury after, if you saw Kevin, we're going to get to timelines. I don't know, which one is accurate, but if you ever saw him after the meeting, he didn't seem to be a changed person. He didn't seem to be affected. He didn't seem to have a mood change or anything like that, right?
No.
This theory, hey, you want to be involved in a murder, and he supposedly was told that and came home and didn't have a change in affect or anything.
I don't think that's when he was first informed of it.
You also told him that, as you've said, Kevin is not around where changes are made downstairs with the toys being moved, screen being changed and things like that. Kevin's not down there.
I don't know where Kevin was.
Well, you know he wasn't down there because you were down there doing all that, right?
Correct.
And he was not there.
I didn't see him.
So I didn't ask you if you knew where he was. I just asked you that you can confirm that he's not present when all these preparations are being made, right?
Yes.
He doesn't know why you might want to clean up toys, why you might want to put toys away.
He knows why it was done.
Yeah, I know that's your assertion. We've established, I'm walking through what you have told the government before, not team you're on now. So that's how you describe anything having to do with sushi. And you said to the government also, hey, that I thought it would be a good idea to have him killed. You told them that it was that day, right?
I don't recall.
There are some transcripts up there. I have labeled them 1, 2, and 3, and 4. These are transcripts of the recording of the things that you said to the government interview, okay?
You're meaning I have them in front of me? Oh, these
Yeah, oh, I'm
ones
sorry.
here.
Sorry, when I said that's not a problem, I'm pointing to the fact that they're clipped together and this person's in custody. I wanted to make sure it was okay with security.
Okay.
On page 35, just look at that to yourself.
What exhibit number is this again?
It's not, it's just a transcript to refresh, Your Honor. We will not be seeking to admit it. So, and I'll be a little clearer for the record if you'd like the transcript of the first segment of the June 12th debriefing, we'll call it.
Thank you.
You said page 35.
Yes. And these lines are not numbered, but as you look through that, please refresh your recollection about what you told them about when you thought it would be a good idea. You see, are you finished?
Yeah.
Told them you thought the first time you thought it would be a good idea would be that day it happened. Agreed?
Yes.
I'm sorry that this is a little bit tangential, but you went on to talk about your plan not to go back. And even told them it was because you were on page 36. Fearful for your life. From the first day you got to Utah, you scared shitless that Matt was going to come and hurt you.
Absolutely.
And this again is a narrative that your family knew, right?
Yes.
Having established that in your proffer and in these interviews, you never told the government you had some meeting and talked about anything with Kevin, fair to say that didn't get fleshed out in the questioning with them. They never got a chance to ask you, really when? Under what circumstances? Who was there? What was said? That's never been asked of you by the government because you never told them that that supposedly happened. Fair to say?
Yes.
And by having not talked to them about it, certainly it's not in any transcript that we've seen. Agreed?
Agreed.
When talking about Kevin, though, and kind of his role, back a little bit about his family, but since we're going through what you said about the 12. You did tell the government and describe that in terms of this atmosphere of fear and abuse and things that you proliferated through this family, your family, that sometimes it would come up that you might need protection.
Yes.
We saw some texts, I'm not going to pull them up, largely because of my incompetence to do so, but sometimes there was some discussion about, hey, if he comes out, Tim, your brother, Tim Ellis, come over and punch him out.
Yes.
Protect you, right?
Yes.
Kevin too.
Yes.
Even in the time when Kevin went and got some fireworks, I think some pot from Wyoming or from Nevada to bring back to you, we had things about I can get back by tomorrow. That Kevin is saying that in those texts. He's saying I could get back tomorrow if Matt comes there, right?
Yes.
And you described even to the government that when he said that it was a method of protection, it was if Matt comes out, Kevin said, would protect him from Matt, a male figure who could stand up to another strong male. That's how you described Kevin's dynamic in this atmosphere of
Correct.
fear that you have created, and your mother. You even reiterated it later in strictly in connection with what you had built up in the atmosphere of fear and anxiety and abuse. You said specifically to Detective Nordine about when the discussion of your fear came up, Kevin would say, I'll protect you, right?
Yes.
So apparently, the third consideration, the third prong of the plea bargain to you, that you truthfully answer questions, truthfully. And you're not the one who deems that they're truthful. You knew that, right?
Yes.
You understood that the government would have to believe it, right?
Yes.
If they didn't believe it, you wouldn't get your deal, right?
Correct.
But you got your deal, right?
Still contingent on this.
You believe you still have to perform here in this trial for them, but you got your deal, you pled, you've been sentenced, right?
Yes.
Certainly you must have thought, well, they believed it. We set up a change of plea date. We're going to go over and we're going to plead guilty before his honor, this very court.
Yes.
To engage in the practice of pleading guilty, a form is created called the Statement of a Defendant in Support of a Guilty Plea and Certificate of Counsel. Right? We call it a plea form. I don't know what your lawyer called it with you. I'm going to show it to you so you can see. Sorry.
With that recess. Mr. Williams, back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kate, when we were finishing up, we were talking about where you were in the Thank you. Where you were in the process of effectuating getting your plea bargain. And after you interviewed in June with prosecutors and case agent Nordine, you then had to put together paperwork for the court and enter your pleas of guilty, right?
Yes.
Now, that we talked about a document. It's called the Statement of Defendant in Support of Guilty Plea and Certificate of Counsel. Remember when I brought that up?
Yes.
That's actually the reason I brought one up to show you the cover of, because there's only part of these documents that are now admitted into evidence or change of plea that is really relevant to what we're going to talk about next, okay?
Okay.
And that is that these documents contain a section where the facts are laid out of the crimes you committed, and you have to agree to that they're true. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And that was your understanding with through the process to ultimately enter your plea where you're going to get your plea bargain, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the process of that, there was a draft that was made document. And in particular, the facts that you're going to admit doing in that document, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, there were some modifications to the facts that were made and were used in the final document that His Honor was provided, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And we've established that that occurred between, that you went over the facts in the draft document, and then of course you went over the facts in the final document that you stood before the court and admitted, right?
Yes.
I just want to put those side by side. They're exhibits 6 and 7, 6 being the draft, 7 being the final. And then publish them. Now, along those lines, by the way, you go over the draft with your attorney, and of course you went over the final with your attorney, but your understanding was that the final draft of the final document and the changes that were made in that document were made by the government, right?
I don't know who made
Okay.
the changes.
You weren't part of making changes, right?
Correct.
You were just final as the one you were going to come to court and utilize. Fair to say?
Yes.
So the draft you went over with your attorney is on the left. And the final draft, which we can't mark up because we are technologically challenged, and it is a scanned document out of the court record. Let's talk about some facts, some key facts that changed or got modified. First one, for instance, when you're talking in the first admission of facts, it says some highlight that you moved to Utah to live with your mother, Tracy Grist, and brother, Kevin Ellis. Catherine Rastelli left Matthew Rastelli for marital issues and abuse. See that?
Yes.
That's the one you went over with your lawyer, right?
Yes.
However, when we look over to the right, right there at the end of the first paragraph, it's been changed. It says, she left the county to live with her mother, Tracy Grist, and her brother, Kevin Ellis. Catherine left Matthew due to marital issues, right?
Yes.
So this draft that you agreed to that had abuse in, the one that you used with the state at the change of plea took abuse out, right?
Yes.
And little other changes, and I don't want to be picky about it, but your first draft is that Tracy Grist admitted, Tracy Grist, your mother, to Catherine that Tracy would arrange to have Matthew killed if it came to it, right?
Yes.
And then down here in the middle of the right-hand version, if it came to it is taken out, right?
Yes.
Arranged to have Matthew harmed or killed, period.
Yes.
In the original draft, it said Tracy would bring up the topic with you of Matthew and that either she, Tracy, or Kevin would do it, right?
Yes.
You've already testified that on a number of occasions about the fact that Tracy would commonly tell you from her position that she might do it or Kevin would do it, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure why, but it also has the modification that while in Utah, Catherine became concerned, you became concerned that Matthew would come to Utah and get her and her children at some point, whereas on the right, it's changed to that you became aware, right?
Yes.
Later in the paragraph on the version on the left, the first version is Catherine's intent was to return to California under those circumstances, except for that's not in the version on the right. It was circumstances, right?
Right.
Down at the bottom, Tracy talked to Kevin suffering from depression and suicide. So he could shoot Matthew and possibly Matthew would commit suicide. We just dealt with that. This manipulation that you admit that Tracy, it sounds like maybe almost perseverated that she could manipulate Kevin and then Kevin would kill himself. That's right here in the facts of the first version of a plea document to tell the judge what happened, right?
Yes.
It is not anywhere in the statement that you ended up utilizing at your change of plea. Is it?
No.
Now let's go to this knife pudding. This knife issue, this central feature of the state's case about putting a knife into the hand of Matthew when he was shot. Now, the only person you ever talked to about that was Tracy, right?
Yes.
And you saw the knife and Tracy talked about it, right?
Yes.
In that Tracy would put the knife in his hand to make it look like self-defense, right?
Yes.
We just went over that all your statements and all your proffers and everything, it's Tracy putting it in. Tracy would put the knife in. Tracy would do it, this stuff with the knife, right?
Yes.
But in the final version, again, we didn't have it highlighted, I'm sorry. Down at the bottom of page 2, very bottom, starting in the line, second to last line that's on this subject, it's been modified to say, and the two, Tracy and Kevin, planted the knife, right?
Yes.
So they modified this statement from what had always been said, that Tracy's idea, Tracy would put the knife in, Tracy would do everything, to get you to admit here in this final one to the judge, some sort of Tracy and Kevin working together to put the knife in, right?
Yes.
Which you have admitted you couldn't possibly know what was going on with placing a knife. You were upstairs.
Yes.
And you have admitted you've never been told who would do it except for Tracy. The only one who's ever said to you would do something with a knife was Tracy. And now you're in a final statement to the judge, going ahead and agreeing to some joint putting of the knife, right?
Yes.
And then the first version over here on the left that you put together, again, in terms of Kevin or anything relating to Kevin, it doesn't say anything about some lunch trip to get sushi that was part of all of this. It's not in the facts that you went over with your lawyer and decided to put in a statement to the judge. And yet, in the final version, second to last paragraph, starting of it, all of a sudden it's in there. Furthermore, throughout the day, Kevin was aware that Tracy went to lunch. Catherine, I'm sorry, you were aware that Kevin went to lunch and she believed it was plans to do something, right?
Yes,
Your belief in something that you've just told this jury you weren't present at, you weren't talked to about.
I was talked to about what happened at that.
I'm sorry,
Lunch.
that you've admitted that until today, you've always told people that you weren't talked to about it. Right?
Yeah,
And that's all up to this point. The time that this is being presented to the judge to be true and you're going to agree to it in its modified form, you still had never said you were talked to about the sushi lunch. Right?
yes,
Those modifications that were made were all about wrapping Kevin in, right?
yes,
So, and look, you stood before the judge. You have no reason to believe the judge had any knowledge about the fact that you hadn't said these things in your interview, but you did stand for the judge and, in fairness, were asked if these are true and said yes, right?
yes.
Something else happened after you entered your plea. Before you're sentenced, you are engaged with adult probation and parole, who is someone who's going to write a report to the judge where they collect information about you and finances, who your family is, ask a bunch of questions in a packet, right?
Correct.
And they have an interview with you, correct?
Yes,
And in both those circumstances, they give you a sheet to write down defendant's statement of the offense, right?
yes,
And that happened here. You were given a piece of paper where you would write your version of the offense.
yes,
Now, that's what's been admitted as defendants for. Excuse me for a moment, Judge.
James, did you intend to present the one with handwritten notations on it?
Yeah, I can make a record about that if you want.
Why don't we do that, please? I don't believe that was,
Stuff to do with that.
that's not the defendant's handwriting, I mean, Ms. Rostelli's handwriting, correct?
That's correct. I was gonna get it. I was gonna make a record of that.
Make a record of that, and then after you make the record of it, I'll instruct the jury not to consider that in their deliberations. Please go ahead.
So we've admitted Exhibit 4, and lunch is coming, lunch is coming. And that's the statement you wrote. Now, no one helped you fill that out, did they?
I had a cellmate who helped me.
So you had a cellmate that you talked to about this?
Yes,
Did you ever tell the government that you had a cellmate that might be a witness?
yes, I did.
You did? You've told the government that you had a cellmate that you talked about your case?
I told Mike Brown.
Okay, your lawyer.
Yes,
The but you never made it known to the prosecutors that there's a witness out there that you've made statements to about this case.
I didn't know that was relevant.
I didn't ask you why. I just want to establish that there's a witness out there somewhere that has your statements about this case that was made to her, I presume.
Yes.
A witness that could be interviewed and we could find out whether or not what you told her is the same thing you're telling the jury, right?
Correct.
Well, I won't get into it since we don't know who that is. I will, though, go over this statement. So you have a jail cellie who's helping you, but you write this without help from your lawyer. Is that fair?
Correct.
And let's go over it. When you wrote this letter, it's to be presented to the judge.
Yes.
It's going to go in a packet. It's going to go in a report, and your understanding is going to be your sentencing. Correct?
Yes.
Did you intend to lie to the judge?
No.
Okay. Then let's talk about what you put in the statement. You left and ran away from California. No, I didn't make the record, did I? This statement on page 1 has some writing that says arrested 10/29/24. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it has some writing that says Laney's, Brent, and Caitlin home next to, I don't know what the next 3 scratches are, home with bullet.
Yes.
See that? There's nothing else. You didn't write that, right?
No, I did not.
You don't know who did?
The APMP officer did.
In your presence?
Yes.
Okay, we've established it.
All right, fair enough.
You tell the court in this letter that you left and ran away from California on 6/20 to get away from, and what you tell the court, outstanding all the evidence we had, that you didn't like Matt, you hated your life, that you were a long-term abusive husband, Matt. That's what you tell the court, right?
Yes.
Before you go further, because that was written by APMP, I'm going to instruct the jury, that's not evidence, so disregard those handwritten statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then you go on to explain that you stayed with your mother. She's aware of your problems, which you've already established is the abuse problems. That you were followed to Utah, that she and or Kevin would harm or kill Matt. We've already established that even Kevin said he would protect you, right?
Yes.
Tim would protect you, right?
Yes.
He needed to. And unfortunately, this jury has heard these chilling communications with Matt, where you're literally cooing him and then luring him into that house where you think he's going to be shot to death, right?
Yes.
I thought it was a good idea, and unfortunately, I went along with it. So that means it was Tracy's idea and you went along with it, right?
Yes.
All right. Until that night, you write in this letter, this communication to the court, at around 5 o'clock, you approached your mom and told her, I didn't want to go through with it anymore, right?
Yes.
Now 5 is way before you made all those chilling communications to Matt, right?
Yes.
She, your mother, looked you straight in the eye and said, I don't care, I'm going to do it anyway, right?
Yes.
And you just described that you're devastated and shocked and crushed. Again, this is all before those calls that we heard, right? Is that correct?
The calls were at noon. This is 5 p.m.
You called them and said you put them after 5 p.m. You told them door will be unlocked. Here's the gate key. Put cardboard out. No need to knock. Described it. Those were all, we heard the tone of voice you had to encourage him that he would not be in danger, that you were ready to go. He could come in the house, and you described you did that all to make sure he'd get in there to get killed, right?
Yes.
That all happened after 5, right?
Your Honor, at this point, I just object to mischaracterization of the evidence. I don't think it's intentional. We went through the call log of the date, the time of those first 2 calls, and they were prior to 5 p.m.
Yeah, and the jury can decide. And if I'm wrong about anything in terms of the timing of which calls, let's just establish this. Some of those calls and some of the texts that were made to Matthew with the intention to lure him were after 5 o'clock, right?
Yes.
You admit you could have done things. You could have just sent a text, hey, Matt, turn around, let's just meet at the hotel. Right?
Yes.
I don't know what mom's told you, Kevin, but Matt's not dangerous and make sure you don't harm him. You could have done that.
I could have.
Because one thing you couldn't do is get your mom off the idea. She told you right in the eye, it's going to happen. I'm going to do it anyway, right?
Yes.
You don't know what she's told Kevin about what to expect when Matt comes in that door, right?
Correct.
Between 5 and 9, you were taking care of your kids, making them dinner, giving them a bath, reading books, getting them ready to go for bed. They went to sleep at 8:30, right? That's what you wrote.
Yes.
So all this is happening downstairs. I mean, the kitchen to cook is downstairs.
Yes.
All the activities you're describing are downstairs, and the downstairs area is where the kitchen, dining room, living entryway into the home is, where Matt came in, right?
Yes.
And then your mom was getting ready for the arrival. We've already talked about moving the toys and things that you helped her do it, right?
Yes.
And that Kevin wasn't around at the time, right?
Yes.
And this helps us with that because you say, I don't recall seeing Kevin around the house between 3 and 9. Correct?
Yes.
You were downstairs. Again, you put a timeline that extends it to 9 and 9:30, also being downstairs after you put the kids to bed.
Yes.
And Kevin wasn't around.
Correct.
And then that's when you went upstairs. Your mom said, don't come down. Your understanding and belief was plan was still in place. Her plan to make sure he got shot somehow, her or Kevin. And did so, and you heard the shots, and you say you thought you heard Matt say out, right?
Yes.
Then you write a paragraph, how sad it makes you feel that you contributed to cutting Matt's life short and the children, the hurt that you have caused, etc.
Yes.
And again, it says, since the incident happened, the least you could do for Matt, but in reality, you didn't do any of this for Matt until you sought a plea bargain. You didn't tell your story until you were in the plea bargain process, right?
The plea was not a driving factor.
We can hear you say what was or wasn't, but I'm establishing that whatever your concern and your heartbreak and everything, you never came forward with all that heartbreak and just told your story until you were getting a plea bargain for it, right?
No.
I'll leave it at that. And the other thing you returned to as the cause of this, the cause of what you did down at the bottom of that paragraph, is that you shouldn't ignore domestic violence red flags, right? Correct. Continue to blame what you did on Matt's domestic violence, right?
Yes.
That the state spent hours trying to show that there's no evidence of.
Correct.
And then the prosecutors, having seen this as part of sentencing, set up another meeting to talk to you, right? Remember
Don't
the
recall.
prison Zoom call in December?
Yes.
So they had the chance, having seen this document, having compared it to your interviews that you got for your truthful cooperation, had the chance to ask you any questions they wanted to, right?
Yes.
And among the relevant things for this trial is you confirmed again that Kevin wasn't around when the planning happened, right?
Yes.
And you remember that interview where the prosecutors had the chance to follow up with you with any questions they want, lasted like 20 minutes,
I don't recall how long it lasted,
seemed close.
give or take.
The transcript is 16 pages long. Would that help refresh your memory?
I never saw the transcript.
As we have talked about your family, your sisters, especially Terrell Ann and Rachel, who sort of come up more than Rory and Jacob in this case so far.
Yes.
Rory established this sort of atmosphere that they were led to believe was happening and they were getting information about it. And I mean, it's fair to say that when they say were worried that Matt was unpredictable, they were concerned when he came out and that they thought it was valuable to know where he was and when he was arriving. It was your safety they were concerned about.
Yes.
Again, the artifice, the plan, I mean, even fooled your own family, didn't you?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You were calling Kevin a hero. After the fact, Kevin was referred to as a hero. You remember that?
Yes.
Certainly not a hero if he's part of the plan, is he? That's a crime. That's murder. That would have been him helping you murder somebody. No hero in that, right?
Yes.
If he's a protector, if he was someone who was put in the place to protect you from a guy that was led to believe was dangerous and abusive when he sounds like he wasn't. And does, thinking he needs to protect you or himself or the house, then he'd be a hero, right?
Yes.
So even after the fact, your poor family believed until you made your plea bargain, as far as you understand from communications with your family, that things were as you had said, that he was a hero for protecting you, right?
Yes.
along the lines of what your family shares their information, your family, it includes Kevin, information that may have been given and provided, and maybe not from their own experiences with Matt and knowledge about things that went on in your life with Matt, is that Matt had guns, right?
I'm sorry?
Matt had guns,
Yes, he did.
and that was common knowledge,
Yes.
and there's nothing wrong with that, right? You lived in a rural area.
Yes.
We all have a Second Amendment right to have guns.
Yes.
Mom had one.
Yes.
You knew, and the family all knew, by the way, that she had gotten that to protect her own self from the possibility of a crazy boyfriend she had a couple years before, right?
I was under the impression that it was for COVID. I don't know why she actually got it.
Okay, anyways, years ago, she got it for herself.
Yes.
It didn't have anything to do with Kevin, right?
Correct.
But this knowledge of the person and the atmosphere that you had created as a scary guy, he's an alcoholic who's on his way to Utah, also as a person that could have a gun, right?
Yes.
Maybe probably would bring a gun, right? Not to be dangerous, but for all the right reasons we have guns.
I'm gonna
Right?
object. I'm gonna object at this
That's
point.
fair. That calls, that's fair.
I'll instruct the jury to disregard that last statement in question.
It was mine for the record, the witness, I don't think, but, sorry. And then, again, there's been this talk about the fact that Matt got attacked by a dog, right?
Yes.
And he shot the dog.
Yeah.
It's a nasty attack, it sounds like, that he suffered. Punctured his arm and hand. He got injured, right?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if there's talk, do you remember any other discussion about Matt showing the gun to members of your family when they were at your house?
I remember that. Yes.
That was yes, you?
Yes.
Oh, you made a comment at the testimony yesterday. Let's go back to the 12th. Let's go back to Matt getting lured into the house by you. By the way, you're not with Kevin when you're sending all these transmissions to Matt, right?
No.
You're not with Kevin when you're calling him and coochie-cooing him into this house to be killed, right?
Right.
You're not with Kevin when you're sending the text of gate keys, and you're sending the texts of cardboard,
No.
door unlocked. Kevin's not around.
No, he's not.
After you heard the shots, you spoke yesterday that there was this time frame we established, and you're not in court for the whole trial. You don't know what the jury's seen, which is not a lot, except for in opening statements, which are not evidence. But this time frame between when we know when Matt showed up, because we had the doorbell cam, right?
Yes.
And even though you didn't see any of this in trial, you've seen what's called discovery, the evidence in your case, the reports, as you admitted, the transcripts of prior testimony of people and things like that, right?
Transcripts, I've not seen physical evidence. I was never showed pictures or audio.
Okay, transcripts and hearings in which all those things were talked about though, right?
Right.
Right, so you knew that there's an arrival time of 10. You knew that there's a 911 call when it happened, which was minutes later,
Yes.
almost 10, when your mom called, right?
Yes.
And the police arriving, and you made some statement to the effect of there was some purpose in waiting 15 minutes? Would you say that to make a story plausible? I mean, do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What's story plausible? Why do you need, I mean, it does sound to me like for someone who, for a situation that has been pre-planned, scripted, set up to be an ambush, there's plenty of time to talk to Kevin before the police get there. Right?
No.
There's 10 minutes. What did you mean when you said we needed to delay calling 911 so we could make our story plausible? You never said that you guys talked about what the story's going to be, and you didn't, right?
Right.
You didn't. You didn't talk to Kevin about what to do now that a shooting happened and a knife's been placed in the hand. You never talked to Kevin anything after that about what he should do or say, right?
Right.
So you've never talked to him about the plan before. And whatever you're talking about needing time to make plausible, make things sound plausible in the time between the shooting and the night and the police arrival, you're not part of. Right?
Restate your question.
You're not part of whatever happened between the shooting and when the police arrived in terms of what you described as making a story that would be plausible. Yesterday
Correct.
you said that.
Yes.
So the only people that would be involved in making a story that was plausible in that period of time would be Kevin and Tracy, right?
Correct.
Making a story that would seem plausible on something that was already pre-planned and scripted? That's
Yes.
when they would be doing it, right?
Yes.
All right. Yep, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Kate, I just have a few more questions on a subject we were kind of talking about at the end, okay?
Okay.
This is a period of time that we published that you don't know about what was happening. 9:30 to 10 on the 12th, that night of the shooting, right?
Yes.
So you don't know what was going on downstairs between your mom and Kevin or any other activity that was going on because you were upstairs for that half hour. And in fairness, you don't know what was going on downstairs after the shooting till the police got there either.
Correct.
Let me talk about a few things in this case that might apply. Kevin used a gun that was your mother's gun for the shooting, right?
Correct.
He shot with your mother's gun.
Yes.
Your mother's gun, did you know, I think you knew that she normally kept it up on a shelf in the garage? Or did you?
I don't know exactly where she kept it.
So even though there was talk about for, I don't know whether it's weeks, days anymore, but there's talk about or Kevin would shoot Matt. You didn't know about where her gun was?
I knew she used to keep it under her bed, but when we moved in, when we came to stay with her, she moved it so it wouldn't be in reach of the children.
So you don't know how Kevin ended up getting that gun that night?
No, I don't.
Whether or not and how Tracy might have gotten the gun and given it to him or talked to him about it, or talked to its use or anything like that. Right?
Correct.
I'm sorry, can we just clarify that answer? I didn't hear.
Correct.
Okay.
Tracy, did you mean Kevin?
Either of them. I mean, you just do not know from you as a witness, despite all the planning that you talked about, how Kevin ended up with a gun. You weren't present. You don't know what was said or done by your Tracy or Kevin, right?
Correct.
So it's Tracy's gun. She certainly could have provided it to Kevin, right?
Sure.
Let's talk about another feature of the case. Kevin, it turns out, had used cocaine sometime prior to the shooting, right?
I had no knowledge of it until I saw it in the police report.
And that's gonna be my point. You didn't know Kevin to be a cocaine user, right?
I had no idea.
Kevin didn't like pot.
No, he did not.
And even though we saw in those text messages and stuff that, I mean, you did like pot, right?
Yes, I did.
You smoked daily.
Yes, I did.
And there was those references in the text message when he was coming back from Wyoming that he was gonna bring some for you, right?
Yes.
And with the fireworks that were gonna be used on the 4th of July. I think it was July 2nd this all happened, but at any rate, right around that time, right? So, and for 3 weeks, your room is to Kevin's, right? In her house, in your mom's house?
Yes. So master bedroom, bathroom, and then Kevin's room.
And so you learn from the police report, not from observing anything about Kevin, that he used cocaine.
Yes.
Now, that night, that is, right? And
At
frankly,
any point.
but I mean, you learned that he had apparently used it that night.
Yes.
Matter of fact, just left out the cocaine and the method by which he ingested it sitting in his room for the police to find. Police report too, right?
Yes.
So I guess if you didn't know he was a user that night, do you know whether your mother gave him cocaine?
No, I don't know where he got the cocaine from.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
All right, Kate, we'll be pretty quick. Just want to follow up on a few topics with you, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
The first thing I want to talk about is this idea of Kevin's mental health.
Yes.
Okay. You read the statement in advance of plea where you talk about, or where it's talked about his mental health and being suicidal, right?
Correct.
When was that information presented? When did you learn of that information?
I learned of Kevin being suicidal back in March.
Okay.
March 2024.
Was it your understanding that that was ongoing through July, or was it a moment in time in March? What was your understanding?
I didn't know if he was still suicidal or not.
It wasn't talked about when you were here in Utah.
No, he seemed fine and happy.
Other than some depression and maybe some suicidal ideation, does Kevin have any other mental health issues,
Foundation.
to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you still have defense exhibits 6 and 7 in front of you?
I do.
There's a lot of conversation about,
I actually don't think I have it. 6 and 7?
Defense is only 2 and 5.
Which ones?
2 and 5.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, she handed out the papers. It's up on their other related duties. Y'all see that? Now I understand what's going on. Other related duties. Look, I hate when they put that up in the job description.
Thank you.
and just briefly, these are what was admitted previously as defense exhibit 6 and 7. You recall a conversation, you had a long conversation with Mr. Williams about the changes that were made between the first draft and the last draft, right?
Yes.
Would you please go to State Defense Exhibit 6 on page 2?
What's the difference? I don't see a difference between them.
Yeah, and I'll come and show you.
That.
7 should say final at the top.
Oh,
You see
okay.
that?
7 says final? And
Yes.
you want me to go to 6?
Yes, please.
On page
2.
2. Oops, sorry. Okay.
Would you just please read that first line under admission of facts to support elements?
On or about July 12th, 2024 in Utah County, Utah, Catherine Rastelli left her husband and cohabitant Matthew Rastelli where,
That's sufficient.
okay.
Did you leave California on July 12th?
No, I did not.
It was, in fact, June 20th, which we've heard plenty of testimony about, correct?
Correct.
So the point is, it was a draft,
Correct.
right? Now, to the final draft, I'm not going to have you read anything. Is it your testimony today that that is true?
Yes.
Okay. On that final draft, you were asked questions about your board eligibility date. You were asked questions about your sentence. And it's to summarize your testimony, you don't know when you're getting out, correct?
I have an idea, but I do not have a real solid date.
A lot can change in the next several years.
Yes.
And one thing I want to highlight, could you please read the maximum punishment on count 3? On that first page of the final draft.
5 to life in prison, commitment, $10,000 fine, 90% surcharge, and county and court security fee.
So while you may have a hope or an expectation, is it fair to say that you have a life max?
I do. I do.
Additionally, what is your understanding about serving the terms consecutively or at the same time?
I'm not really sure I understand them entirely. I know that 2 of my charges run together and 1 is separate.
So if the police statement said that that third charge, that first degree felony was consecutive, would that be your understanding?
Yes.
You testified to something new regarding a conversation you had with Kevin and your mother after sushi.
Correct.
When did that happen?
That happened July 12th.
And how long after? So we had actually talked yesterday about them returning home from sushi.
Yes.
And how shortly after they returned home did you have this conversation?
Right after they returned.
Okay, and what happened?
We just discussed how the night was possibly going to go and what preparations were still needed to be done to get the house ready.
Okay, and who was present during this conversation?
Me, my mother, and Kevin.
Okay, and it was discussed how the night might go.
Correct.
What specifically was said?
That Kevin would be waiting for him downstairs. That my mother would be downstairs as well. I would be upstairs with my kids. We'd put the toys away. And I don't think that it was discussed about the blankets or the screen door. The screen door was more of a spur of the moment decision that my mother made.
And then what would happen?
And then what would happen? Yes, that Matt would be murdered that night.
So specifically what was said and who said it about what would happen?
My mother did a lot of the talking and me and Kevin were both present.
And did Kevin say anything during that conversation?
I don't recall.
Did he express, well, you already said you don't recall. Did his body language change? Did his demeanor change?
No, he seemed pretty relaxed and composed.
And this was after the sushi lunch that he had with your mother privately.
Yes.
And you do not know what was discussed there outside of what was relayed to you in this conversation.
Correct.
Let's go from this idea of Matt and the abuse that you suffered. Okay, we'll break it up into 2 components. When you say he would abuse you, was that physical?
He hit me once before we were married, but never after that. It was more mental, verbal. financial, sexual.
Okay, let's kind of break those up. So not physical, right? Never
Not,
hit, never
not
hit
during our
you,
marriage, correct,
never hit you in the course of your marriage.
correct.
Would he kind of badger you,
Absolutely.
blame you
Yes,
for circumstances of your lives?
yes,
Would he accuse you of things?
yes,
Would he get angry at you,
yes,
yell,
yes,
swear at you?
yes,
And is this what you mean? And we'll get to the sexual in just a minute. But is this what you mean by the abuse that you suffered?
yes,
And those are the things that you recorded, correct?
yes,
Those, the berating, the yelling, that is what you sent to Terralyn and Tracy, right?
yes.
Nothing physical.
Nothing physical.
Let's talk about the sexual abuse. What do you mean when you say sexual abuse?
He forced me to have sex with him.
Forced you how?
If I did not have sex with him, he would be in a bad mood and he would blame me at the fact that he was having a crappy day because I did not have sex with him.
Did he ever physically force you to have sex with him?
He never held me down. No.
It was just this berating, this he'd be in a bad mood, he'd pout. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you felt compelled to do so,
Yes.
but not physical force.
Correct.
Did Terralyn know that?
Yes, she did.
Did Tracy know that?
I believe Tracy knew that from Terralyn, and I would occasionally tell my mom about that. I felt like I could trust Terralyn more with those.
I'll pass witness.
Could you excuse me, recross?
Thank you, Your Honor, briefly. Let's clear something up and make clear. You said you have an idea. You have an idea of how long you're going to serve in this sentence. Remember, we already established your charge started out with the 20 years, right?
Are you asking my sentencing guideline?
No, when we went over the matrix, charge you were originally charged with and allowed to plea bargain off of would have started on that matrix, right?
I
240
don't
months.
recall what it says.
240 months?
Yes?
And then you said you have an idea now that you're out of prison.
Yeah, I have a sentencing guideline.
And you have a date. First hearing
Yes.
date, right?
Tentative hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
June of 36, right?
Yes, sir.
10 years, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about this bombshell. You are now sitting here on redirect again. We're asked for the first time. Prosecutor didn't ask you on direct when he first got to ask you questions. You never said you had had this convenient meeting with Kevin where the conspiracy was talked about. Now you bring it up, and now you've been asked about it specifically. You're claiming that happened, discussion about the conspiracy with the conspirators, that this is the state's theory of the case, even though you specifically said it didn't happen in your proffer, right?
Correct?
You specifically said it didn't happen in your interview, correct?
Yes.
Any of the interviews where they had multiple chances to interview you, right?
Correct?
The results of which you didn't get your deal unless they found to be